Roberta. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the next Big Thing stage. My name is Emmanuel, and I will be your host in this afternoon. I just know that I took you after getting lunch, so I hope to keep your energy levels up high. Today, we're going to delve into the world of company collaborations and its learning with a panel led by Alberto Payo, co-founder and editorial manager at Aplicantes. Alberto, you have an amazing panel of speakers I'll let you introduce. So please join me to the stage and help me welcome Alberto with a very big round of applause.
We follow the next big thing program, and what's the next big thing? Be sure this is going to emerge from collaboration between large organizations and startups. But really, a lot of big things are happening now thanks to this marriage. More and more corporations are investing in startups, creating corporative incubators, and opening their own innovation labs. Our panel participants are an example of this collaboration. Just let me introduce them to you. Fabio Century, he's head of innovation and startups for Enel Group. He's the CEO of Enel Innovation Hubs. They have hubs in Silicon Valley, Israel, Italy, Spain too, Madrid, Russia, Chile, and Brazil. Our second participant is Stefano Lacesa. He's co-founder and CTO for Pidius. Pidius enables consumer and business phone services for the deaf and hard of hearing. And our third participant is Roy Peter Dirhard Torgersen. He's founder and CEO for Nido Robotics. Nido Robotics is a startup that works underwater while lowering risk to personnel and installations. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Okay, our first question is if you can introduce yourself, your startups. Be brief, please. Fabio?
I start with myself. I don't work in a startup, but I'll start anyway. I work for Enel. As Alberto was saying before, I'm responsible for the Enel Innovation Hubs and the Startup Initiative. We have offices in San Francisco, Tel Aviv, where ecosystems that are very well developed to find startups. And then we are also present in Madrid, in Italy in 2 places, Catania and Pisa. And then we are in Moscow and Santiago del Chile and in Rio de Janeiro. And all of these places is because Enel has a very strong presence as a industrial player. And so we can contribute to the ecosystem of innovation. And at the same time, we can find amazing startups like a Spanish one and an Italian one that we can collaborate with and bring them to all of our businesses all over the world.
I am Stefano Lacesa from Rome. 5 years ago, we founded Pedius. We make phone calls for deaf people. So we help deaf people and hard of hearing people to call on the phone to just anybody, including large corporations. So we help large corporations to be accessible from everyone, including deaf people. In the company, I'm the CTO. I make sure our digital strategy, our technical strategy is aligned to the expectations of our users and customers.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Torgersen. I'm the CEO and founder of Nido Robotics. I'm Norwegian, as you might get from the name, but the company is based here in Spain. What we do is that we manufacture underwater robots and additional systems that allows small companies and large companies to improve the inspection of their underwater assets and to prevent critical failures and problems that might arise.
Okay, if you want, you'll be the first.
I don't know.
So, how Endesa or Enel did fall in love with startups? And what is your value proposition model?
So, I think it all started a few years ago when we had the first project with startup, and after a few months of trying to collaborate with them, we then realized, and a lot of people also like holding back, we realized that when you do something with a collaboration of with a small medium enterprise or with a startup, you can make it faster and you can make it cheaper, which is important for delivery. Instead of doing that yourself, with your internal processes, with your researches, and at the same time, you also get access to some technologies that are evolving super fast outside of Enel, and instead we would not be able to access them if we don't go to a startup and we don't collaborate with them. So we fell in love with them. We started the process of collaborating with them. We now have a very well-structured process of selecting startups around the world. As I was saying before, we are in all of these innovation hubs around the world. We scout for startups. We offer them the opportunity to collaborate with us, which in all honesty means simply they come, they co-develop their business, or they get access to our data, our laboratories, our expertise, like our people that are expert on these main subjects. And this allows them to go faster in the development of their solution. We don't put any equity. We don't want any equity of the startups. We finance the projects instead. Like we put money on the projects, but we don't want the equity of the startup. We want them to be free. And then at a certain point, if everything goes well, and if the project, the test goes particularly well, we become the first big client of the startup, which is, by the way, offering them the opportunity to develop their solution on our businesses all over the world.
How many months do you host the startups?
We don't really kind of host them, no? It's like, the process is we scout them, and then it takes usually about 2 to 3 months between the scouting and maybe even a little bit more sometimes, but between the scouting and starting a collaboration is about 2 to 3 months. Then the collaboration goes directly managed by the business line. It's not managed by me or by my team. Like I overview the portfolio, but the collaboration is managed directly by the line of business. And we think this is the best thing because it's the business that is already doing the project. This usually lasts for 3 to 6 months, depending on if it's a hardware technology, it might take a little bit longer if there's something to develop. If it's a software technology like the one of Pedius, it can take a little bit shorter time. And then after this, we decide together whether to scale up or not, and we start the process of scaling up. That can take up to 6, 9 months, a year, or whatever time it takes, but all the time structured to bring them all over the world on our businesses.
Okay. Stefan and Roy, Enel is very, very big. So which division of Enel are you working with? And for how long have you been collaborating with Dino? And if you can tell us benefits, not benefits,
okay,
bad things, good things.
A lot of things to fix.
So we are working with everyone that has a call center, and this means we're working with lots of divisions, mainly in 3 areas. Market, so if a deaf person wants a new contract or wants to have information on Enel and Endesa products. Distribution, so let's say I have a problem in my energy line and I want to tell, hey, I have a problem and please come fix it. And human resources. So for workers that are deaf or hard of hearing and need to talk to colleagues, suppliers, peers, customers, to take part to conference calls, like for example, Skype for Business, these sorts of things. We started talking with Enel less than a year ago, and the first rollout was in March, so about 6 months ago, and then in a couple of months we rolled out everything. I wouldn't say it's over yet, because from time to time, talking to each other, we find out there's something new we would like to do together. Of course, the world is bigger. For now, we're only working with Enel in Italy, and we work in 7 languages, so we'd like to increase that. What we expected was a very big amount of stakeholders. We've been talking to at least 100 Enel people. What we did not expect from prior experience was, you mentioned it before, there's really a structured process. And considering the amount of people and the amount of different areas we've been working with, everything has run as it should have. We are 14 in my startup. We were talking to 100 people. We had someone taking all the strings all together in very different areas that don't really work in the same way. Some call centers are 24 hours. Some services are for workers of Enel that know nothing or may know nothing about call centers in Enel, and so on and so forth. By far, the most impressive, we work with other large corporations. This was the smoothest, for sure.
Okay, what's your experience?
We were scouted about, well, it was the beginning of this year. We had the kickoff meeting just before summer, and we're just getting the wheels turning. We have done the initial developments that we had to do in order to get everything off the starting line, and so we're just about to start now with the actual initial collaboration. So far, it's been the way it's been working for us has been very good. We like the model. Initially, when we were scouted, we thought that it was an accelerator program, and it didn't seem that interesting until we heard who it was and what it was. So we really like the model of actually being like a test customer, a large corporate test customer. That for us was a big a reason why we went into it, and why we went ahead. And yeah, so we are working with the global thermal generation group. Obviously, we think that there are other sectors of the corporation that can use our technology for good, but that's who we are doing the testing with.
Okay, Fabio, it's your turn.
It has been an amazing achievement that we have done cheaper for them, and then to deliver real results. So this was the part that we did at the beginning for the first year, and it worked out quite well. And then as soon as the first projects arrived to the moment of having real results that people could touch, they realized themselves it's faster, it's cheaper. So they kept coming back little by little to ask more. We want more startups to collaborate with. We want more innovation. We want more of this. And this is the real change that at a certain point happened into Enel. As I was telling you before, now we keep opening hubs also because we keep having requests by the business lines of Enel for additional scouting. So we have more than 170 collaborations with startups in the world. And this is just in the last 2 years and a half, 3 years that we are doing this. Let's say 3 years that we are doing this. So it's a big achievement. In all of these, of course, you need to have alignment from the top management team. And this is what I have to say, that our CEO, the CEO of the group, Mr. Francesco Starace, is quite involved and it's very much present in all of our activities, and he gets updates on our activities and he spreads out the word himself to all of the rest of the lines on how innovation can support them and how they should use innovation.
So innovation is not just a department or a division of Enel, it's like more transversal value that you are...
So we have like a person which is my boss, which is the head of innovation, and he reports directly to the CEO of the company. I report to him for the services of doing the scouting, managing the hubs and all of that, but then you also have within each business line an innovation and technology team who is dedicated to the business line, works for the business line, and for the head of innovation. So for us, innovation is pervasive in all of the business lines.
Okay. Stefano, you have an experience of 5 years in supporting adoption of tech innovation inside large enterprises. Now you manage a startup working with large corporations. How do you feel the difference?
It's a very good question. I would say it probably helps me a lot. My previous job helped me a lot. Customers, large corporations, have not changed much, so they keep asking more or less the same thing. My job is completely different because before I used to spend most of my time scouting, assessing, evaluating, understanding all the new technologies to suggest where the company should go. While now I have to understand that my product will work if it is secure, if the company doesn't have to change a thing for it to be installed. So to give you an example, we designed everything so that a company can test it in an hour and put it in production in 2 working days.
Yeah.
You don't need to call IT, you don't need to ask consultants.
Yeah.
So probably my previous job helped me understand how to crack the code.
Okay. And another question is, do you think large enterprises are more interested in accessibility for customers than some years ago?
Sorry, can you repeat?
No, it's a question for Stefano. If you feel that accessibility is more, I don't know, in the mind or in the ADN for large companies from 5 years ago or some years ago?
That is also a good question with a not easy answer. So I'm sorry. Hello?
Try.
Hi. Better?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nice.
So I'll try not to move too much. So we're speaking about accessibility.
Yeah.
So I think companies always cared for accessibility to some extent. What I think has changed in the last few years is that companies really want to be accessible if it's not about a market thing. It's nobody really tries to understand if it's going to give you more customers. What they wanted is accessibility should be easy to adopt. So I think technology is helping us deliver easy to adopt solutions that allow everyone to do it within a reasonable budget. If you expect, we could do what we do in a physical way, putting someone to make phone calls for every deaf person, it would cost a very demanding amount of money. What we tried to do was something that is feasible for enterprises and definitely making the difference for users.
Okay. Roy, how do you feel swimming or scuba diving with a big fish like Enel?
Well, for us, I think it's a great opportunity. It allows us to test out our product on a much different scale than we have until now, and to test out different ideas in different scenarios. We look at it as a very good opportunity. Of course, there are some differences, some pitfalls, you might call them. It seems like startups and corporations have a different perception of time. So that's one of the things that we have to work with. And then obviously any corporation is going to have several demands when it comes to structure and so that you won't have when you work with other small companies. Mm-hmm. So, but it's a learning process. I think there's very good leeway for this learning process for us also. So yeah, for us it's a great opportunity.
This is the most important thing, like the difference in perception of timing. This is why we are doing open innovation and we are going to startups. Because for them, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then you're done. Like you need to deliver something. Otherwise, money not there anymore, and like you don't realize things. For a big corporation, sometimes if you do these processes internally, you do them and then you recheck them and then you recheck them again. So having the opportunity to mix the two ways, on our side, we would be faster. And I believe that maybe if we come back maybe in 3 or 4 years from now and you have a different solution or a new startup, you will find a much faster way to collaborate with us as well. But for them, for us, like to tell them how to structure the things a little bit better, and for them to teach us how to take decision in a faster way. This is a...
Startups are like wheels for you or fuel.
Exactly.
Like you. Okay. Guys, what's the next for your startups? Where Videos and Nido Robotics will be in 5 years or in 3 years?
We started delivering phone calls for the deaf, for people born deaf. This means 1 out of 1,000 people. It means in Spain 45,000 people. Now our next challenge is to develop transcribed phone calls for anybody developing hearing loss. Seniors, most people after 65 start to experience some form of hearing loss. I believe that in 3 or 5 years, we want to be the global standard of transcribed phone calls, so that everyone manages to make a phone call. The other person doesn't realize I am, to some extent, deaf, but I keep reading what everyone else is saying, and I have residual hearing that helps me understand what's going on. I believe we can do this in lots of contexts. We've been told already that it's even very useful in conference call systems when not all participants are native. So if we're having a conversation in English and not everyone in the room as 100% level in English, there could be captions of what I'm saying right now. This is something we're working on very strongly. We're improving it every day, and we hope it's our next lead.
Okay. Well, at Nido Robotics, our mission is to reduce the amount of accidents that happens in the underwater realm in general. In a professional, commercial point of view, whatever people want to do in their hobby, in their free time, is up to them. But we believe strongly that in a work scenario, everybody has the right to go back home after the day is finished. So that's our mission. That's what we're working towards. Obviously, over the next few years, our idea is to scale this globally and to become one of the leaders in underwater robotics and on a global scale. Obviously, this collaboration is a great test scenario for us to see if this is something that we can actually execute on. So.
Yes, we have 2 minutes, just a sentence. You know, the journalists like to short, just a sentence to explain your collaboration or collaboration with larger startups. Just a sentence, a little sentence. To explain your collaboration with Enel or with a big company.
So we help everyone reach Enel, even deaf people.
Okay. Roy?
For us, it's an opportunity to test, fit, and scale.
Fabio?
For us, it's an opportunity to develop technologies that we would not be able to develop in a faster and cheaper way than we would do ourselves.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. Good luck with your projects, separated and together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Grazie.
Yes.
Pardon.
And welcome the ones that are going to come, and then we'll start. No? Le vamos a dar como un minuto. Hello, everybody, and welcome again to the Next Big Thing stage. My name is Emmanuel, for the ones who weren't here before, and I'm going to be your host throughout the afternoon. Regarding the questions and the Q&A, since we're very tight on the agenda, if you have any questions, I'm going to ask you to leave them towards the end, unless Hilo wants to integrate them within his speech. We'll tackle the arena of Bootstrap founders through a keynote conference from Hilo Zaidel, Managing Director of Kenneth Partners. Please help me welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for hosting me here. My name's Hillel. I'm Managing Director of Kenneth Partners. We're a technology-focused investment fund active in Europe and the US, really focusing on helping growth stage companies grow and develop. What's different about us relative to many of the other VCs that you'll talk to is we focus pretty much exclusively on what we call bootstrapped companies or bootstrapping. People always say, hey, what is bootstrapping? But, by show of hands, are people familiar with the concept of bootstrapping, what this means? Have you heard of it before? Seeing some nods, so great. So for us, bootstrapping is like the opposite of venture capital. It's about building a company without the use of external funding. This is the founders are using their own internally generated resources, specific customer deals to finance and grow their businesses. And so, the best example of a bootstrap company is one where the company has got some level of scale and the founders own the majority of the business. This is the opposite of raising an A round, a B round, a C round, and so on. And so the reason we really love bootstrap companies, are a few. The first is when you don't have an investor to continually fund and finance your business, you need to rely on the customer. And essentially the customer becomes your bank or your VC. And bootstrap companies tend to be very customer-centric. We sort of take the view that it's easier to convince an investor to raise money, to give you money than a customer. An investor could show some fancy slides and talk about a big market, but a customer is really looking at the product, is there value here, or is this going to be useful to them? The second reason is founders of bootstrap companies, and again, an example is a business that has 1, 2, 3 million in revenues that's raised either nothing or a few $100,000. The CEOs of these companies tend to be very good allocators of capital, right? When you have very limited amount of capital and you allocate it well, for us, we have a lot of respect for that. Very different to having, $10 million financing, being able to go and try a lot of things. These companies are, good investment decision makers as to how to develop products, what to do, and how to build value. There's a common misconception that most big tech companies started with venture capital early on. It's actually not. I saw an article yesterday on 50 bootstrap businesses in the tech space that actually got to scale without raising capital. Microsoft is there. When Microsoft started, they started as an outsourced software development business. Dell grew their company to 60 million in revenues without raising capital. The first time they raised any external capital was when they reached 60 million in sales. Broadcom's a great example that didn't raise capital at any point. And so, there's a lot of hype and a lot of buzz around venture capital and so on, but actually there's a lot of really interesting and really successful companies that have got to a high level of scale and value without relying on external investors. In terms of the audience, is it how many of you guys are in startups or versus startups? Maybe a show of hands. Okay, great. And in terms of the capital raised externally, I mean, to some extent, we actually spoke a little bit earlier. Nice to see you again. So, how do you bootstrap a company? What does this really mean? It sounds great and easy, and a lot of the things that we advise bootstrap companies to do, a traditional VC will tell you not to do. So, we often meet companies that have some element of a service business and a product business and so on, and what a typical VC will say is, hey, forget about the service business, raise capital, and focus on the product business. And typically, what we would say is, well, use the cash flow from that service business to fund your product business such that you get to a point where you have scale in that business. It can take longer, but the real advantage is that you don't give up equity early on. We've seen great examples of companies that we invest in where the customers have financed their research and development. This is 2, 3, 5 million euros that is non-dilutive capital. That comes from the customer as opposed to from the investor. And so, as we develop our business, we're continually working with bootstrap companies to help them develop. The question, is, as a startup, why bootstrap? What's the value in bootstrapping? You can, start a company, get a little bit of traction, raise 5 million, go into TechCrunch, et cetera. Like, why not do that? And so there's a couple of reasons why I think it's really in your interest to bootstrap, to bootstrap the business. One of them is when you're starting out, people have a plan. I'm going to do this in year 1, year 2, year 3. I'm going to need this capital, Series A, Series B, Series D, and I'm going to end up selling the company. I'm going to own 30% or 40%. But the reality is most business plans, even in the most successful companies, don't actually come to fruition. There's lots of bumps along the way. And so what we say is, rather than raising capital and getting into a consistent routine of being reliant on external capital, you want to delay that decision as long as possible. When businesses are figuring out the model, personally, I actually don't think it's that helpful to have 3 VCs on your board, holding you to account on your business plan in your first year. The reality is it's unpredictable, and founders themselves need to really figure out, what is the game plan and develop a level of confidence on the execution of that. I mean, I meet very often, founders of companies who have really interesting businesses that are down to single digits ownership of their company. And it's like, hey, why? How did you get here? And it's because money is a drug. Once you raise the A round, it's the B round. I see some nice nodding, and when you start on it, you want to be really mature. You don't want to start early on and have to continuously raise capital. And the sad thing about these companies is when I meet them, they're actually really exciting businesses, and they're really good businesses. But the founders feel like, they've given way too much equity away. So, pushing out that as long as possible, I think is key. By the way, if you have questions, I understand there's no time for questions afterwards. So please feel free to jump in. Happy to answer any questions during the talk. Please.
You're starting a company with this philosophy. Which recommendations do you have for us to finance the first year?
Yeah. So starting a company with this mentality, how do you finance it in the first year? So I think one of the ways that we've seen be really successful is really working with the customers. So when you only have 2 or 3 customers, actually they typically understand that they're working with startups and having deals whereby you can agree terms with them that are favorable to you. So for example, getting paid cash up front in deals is a good way of financing development. having business models where, in addition to selling a product, there's some consulting or services revenue. I mean, it's really about bringing as much cash forward so that you can use that money for the next 18, 24 months or whatever to really get the product, product going. So what does tend to happen with bootstrap companies is they tend to get to a stage where they've got scale, 3, 5, 7 million in revenues, and a few things start to happen which change the dynamic. The first is, raising capital becomes relevant because your market is growing. If you're in a market where you're growing 60, 70%, whatever it is, but the market is taking off and is growing at a faster rate than you are, it's an important time to consider raising capital. You don't want to be left, even if you have a nice business, you don't want to be left behind. The other thing is when you start to have a predictable sales model, this is really key. So when we invest in companies, what we want to do is we want to finance sales. We want to finance sales and marketing, and basically, you see the guy over here, we want to give him a rocket, or her, to go. And we don't want to put the rocket on them, and then it's like, okay. And then it's like, what do we do now, right? We want to give them the rocket when they know what to do with it. And so when you have a model in sales that you can deploy capital into, that's a good time to consider raising capital. Finally, secondary liquidity. In year 1 of your startup, maybe it could be worth $1 billion, maybe it could be worth 0. But when you have 5 million in sales, it's probably worth something. And so taking some liquidity out becomes important because this tends to represent, 99% of your personal net wealth. So where VCs say, hey, no, we want you to have everything in the business, we say, we actually encourage you to take cash out so that you can sleep at night and work with us on the next, the next leg of the journey. How do we work with companies? When you're bootstrapping, you tend to not do a few things. You tend to not hire in certain areas like finance. You tend to hire your friends or people you know locally. You tend to be very cash flow orientated, like we were talking in year 1. And when we invest, we help institutionalize the company. So we put a world-class management team around the founder. Chairman, US executive team, VP marketing, VP sales, and so on. We help shift the thinking so that you can now say, all right, the consulting business was great to finance us, but actually it's no longer value. Now we focus on the product business. And then internationalization. Helping companies expand into the US through our partners there is a really key part of what we're doing with bootstrap companies. So that's it. My advice to you is it's not possible in every business, but the extent to which you can avoid the temptation to raise VC early on, and you can find alternative ways of doing that, I'd encourage you to do that. And then when you get to a point where taking capital is a low-risk option, and it's really about financing sales and marketing, that's really the time when you want to, seriously do it. And I think it's important to, to work with partners who are aligned with you. When we invest in founder-led businesses, this is the first time these founders are raising capital. It's all their capital, and so we don't want to bet the farm on their business. We want all of our companies to be successful, and we're very aligned with founder thinking. Typical VC is different. Typical VC will will have 10 companies, 1 or 2 unicorns, many failures, and they diversify through a number of portfolios. You want to work with a partner who is focused on similar objectives to you and doesn't have the diversification type approach that typical VCs do. Any questions? Okay, so I have 1 minute 49 to go. Maybe I'll do a very quick example of how we've worked with the company and see if I can do this in 1 minute 30. Please.
Normally, how much equity you take
How much equity do we take? We take as much or as little equity as you want us to take. We don't want to do less than 10% because we want to have, a reasonable ownership. But, if a founder says, I want you to take 20, 50, whatever it is, we have no ego in that regard. And everyone is different. So a business in the UK we invested in, a company called Receipt Bank. Receipt Bank uses machine learning and AI to automate accounting for companies and bookkeepers. We invested in this business in 2016. We built a world-class leadership team around the founder. We helped the company expand into the US market. We helped develop a strategy which is around market leadership in their category. This is a business that prior to our investment, there were no institutional investors in there. The founders owned then and still own a very significant element of the equity. The business has grown from single-digit millions in recurring revenue to multiple tens of millions in recurring revenue. And we helped bring in capital after our investment, again, to finance sales and marketing. And so the founders are very happy because they know when they bring in capital on board, they can see what it does to the overall pie. And this is a company that we think will be very successful. And I think had they raised VC rounds early on, they might be in a similar position. But I think the founders would own a lot less of the equity than they do today. So, thank you very much, and I hope you found it interesting.
Thank you, Hilo, for teaching us about bootstrapping and giving us your insights. As we all know, monetizing our efforts is key in order to push our ideas forward. Our next panel will help us understand schemes for corporate startup relationships. Diego Rocha, Director of Innovation of SACIR, will lead the panel and introduce our members. Please help me welcome Diego.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Not very well. It better. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to this panel about monetization schemes for the relationships between corporate and startups. We are very happy to be here with all of you. We want to thank the organizers of the South Summit for giving us the opportunity to share with you our thinking on it's not working. Now, is it better? All right. So I was saying that we would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share with you our thinking about monetization schemes and open innovation. My name is Diego Rocha. I'm the head of innovation in SACIR. SACIR is a large corporation operating in the infrastructure sector and also in smart cities and everything that has to be with urban services. I'm here with three innovators, three startups three companies that are currently working with us, with Sathir, and they are working under different collaboration schemes. And we want to share our visions and our learnings about different collaboration schemes. Some of you may know that we recently launched an open innovation program called Sathir I Challenges, or Innovation Challenges. This program is structured around 5 very specific challenges that we identified in the infrastructure industry. And we also want to take this opportunity to share with you other experiences we had in the past, collaborating with the startups that can apply to this new program we recently launched. The program is running now, and we may disclose in the next days with which companies we are going to work in the future in order to solve these challenges. The main idea is that we always look for tailor-made collaboration schemes with entrepreneurs, because we think that we can find very different types of businesses in which we can create and capture value. That's the main idea behind our speech. But let's go with the speaker. Let me introduce them to you. I'm here with Mario Rondan. Mario Rondan is co-founder and chief strategy officer at EPC Tracker. EPC Tracker is a startup that has developed a mobile application and a mobility platform that helps our foremen to perform some supervision and controlling tasks in the field for large infrastructure projects. I'm also with Joan Fernandez, who is a sales executive at Altop. And Altop is a niche player that provides software solutions and also devices for the construction industry, mainly for topography and engineering. And I'm also with Alejandro Andres, who is the CTO at Therintia. And Therintia is specialized in IoT and wearables for different type of industries and also for healthcare. So let's go for the first question, guys, if you want. The first one I would like to hear from you is, can you please describe the type of business we are making together and the collaboration scheme that we have established between you, the startup, and us, corporate? Just name the collaboration scheme, and later on we'll see the advantages and disadvantages for each scheme.
Thank you very much. You are good. Thank you very much for the introduction. And Diego, as shareholder and client with our mobile platform, we give Sathir the capability of digitally monitoring every single project, having traceability of its management, including all the workers from the field, in a way in which with our platform, it captures the data from the field and it goes from the bottom to the top of the company. Do you hear me? It's working. Okay. Regarding the investment model, at the time, we needed the capital, we needed the financial muscle in order to keep the project alive and to develop the company. So we decided together that it was the best model to us at that point of our development.
Okay.
Let's try,
yeah?
let's try with the other one.
Yeah?
It may work.
Do you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Diego.
Great.
Altop provides some devices to Sathir, like the Setup M1 is a device for monitoring land movements, or Setup RM3D is a trolley for measuring the track gauges in the railway.
So these are the names of two products you are selling.
Yeah, of course. There are many devices. This is an example. And for example, the Setup M1 was developed for our staff
and who tries to bring together the communications and the land measurements in real time.
Right. In their case, we invested in the company. Can you please tell us what's your case in terms of collaboration scheme?
Yeah, first of all, we start in 2006 as a client supplier, but because of the project of the tunnel, high-speed tunnel in Barcelona, there are some challenges that we increase our relationship and we convert to joint development company.
All right, so we started with a single project. That was a very small collaboration, but we realized that we could push that project forward and develop some software and some devices that could be applied to many other projects in the construction industry, and this was all done around high-speed railway work.
Yeah.
Let's go with Therintia. Can you please tell us?
First, Diego, thank you for inviting us to this panel. Our collaboration with Safir consists on a project that is going to provide an IoT platform. That platform will allow to connect any machinery, even mobile machinery like trucks or excavators, or even fixed machinery, in any site, in any Safir engineering site all over the world, and provide that data and that intelligence so the management of your company can know in real time where those assets are, what they do, and how they perform. In this case, we have agreed on a collaboration model, a monetization model of a customer supplier.
That means that we pay licenses for the service you provide, no?
That's right. We provide the technology, and Safir provides the deep knowledge of the business and the requirements.
All right. And can you now please tell the audience why we chose that collaboration scheme? What are, in your opinion, the main advantages we have found so far?
Of course, as I said before, Diego, we needed we needed the capital, but we needed a partner, an industrial partner, in order to develop properly our solution. So I can highlight some examples of the main advantages of this scheme of the relationship. The first one is exposure to our MVP, validation of hypotheses in real projects, direct access to relevant resources such as network, expertise, decision makers, about all, and most importantly, a better understanding of the sector to be applied in the development of our products.
All right, so you're talking about smart money, no? You required financing, but that was not enough. You needed some ideas in order to push forward your product.
Exactly.
And some connections.
Otherwise, it will be a short-run thinking.
All right. What about you, Joan? Can you tell us?
For our choice of monetization scheme came out of our working relationship with Safir. The main advantage we have found it was our close relationship has allowed to develop a new product that we believe and will be useful for the land surveyors, engineers, or constructors. No? We have also been the possibility to introduce the IoT into the land surveying, and I think is the main advantages that we found.
Great. What about you?
Okay. In our case, as we already have a technical platform and also the capabilities to do the project as well as some other experiences with large companies, we decided to go with the customer-supplier monetization scheme. And also the scope, the goals, and even the timing and the budget of the project were quite delimited, so this was the best way to go with. The advantages of this model from both sides is that from our side, we got to check our technology in one large corporation, And we think that SACIR is going to get a solution perfectly aligned with their requirements within an attainable deadlines that if it were done alone.
All right. In general, most of what we are hearing is positive news, no? But I can imagine that the relationship between a startup and a corporation is not always easy, and you might have found in the past some challenges. Can you please tell us about those challenges and how we were able to solve them together?
It's working, okay.
It's working, yeah.
For sure. Could you repeat the question, please? I lost the...
No, I would like to hear from you the main evolution in terms of challenges found and how we solve them.
Yes. The different nature between large companies and small players implies more bureaucracy, the red tape, more steps to be done in the decision-making processes, other things that not are dynamic enough to the relation. So it is crucial for a startup to adopt the role of leader and treat the large company as the follower, despite the fact we are the smallest one.
It's funny.
This is crucial to dynamize the relationship, and in our case, it has worked very well, perfectly.
All right, so speed is an issue, no? You're much quicker, usually, in startups than we are in large corporations.
Exactly. Speed is an issue, and another one is the cultural change, because despite the fact you are very committed with innovation, we have to work in order to share good practices and experiences across the company to raise awareness about how good and what benefits our solution is providing.
All right, what's your experience about?
The biggest problem was the size of the project. The SACIR needed to comply with a high accuracy, and the deadline was very short. And we worked hard and under pressure for accomplishing the deadlines, and of course the accuracy that SACIR requires for this project, that is the tunnel of the high speed in Barcelona.
So in this case, it seems that we were very demanding, both in terms of quality and in terms of timing, no?
Yeah.
So we were maybe slow with you, with EPT Tracker, but we were fast or demanded fast execution in your case.
Accuracy in a short time and develop a new product from zero. No?
All right. Can you please tell us about challenges, how we solved them?
In our case, I would say that one of the major challenges that we faced was the lack of detailed knowledge of SACIR business. We knew how to connect machines, how to connect things, but we have little knowledge about the specifics of the engineering projects of SACIR. However, it has been very easy to work with SACIR given the commitment of the management and the project team in the project and the knowledge exchange, and I think that that's very important. The other issue maybe was that given a classical customer-supplier relationship, we need to comply with formal procedures to work with you, and this is also sometimes hard for a small company. Again, SACIR demonstrated a great ability to make that easy for us, so the speed of both companies in this case were matched.
All right. So thank you guys for your comments. Very interesting and very enriching for us, for our learning as a corporation. As a summary, I would say that monetization schemes depends a lot on the maturity of the idea. When the idea is very well developed and we have established product, we usually find more frequently client-supplier relationships. And when the idea is just starting up and has to be developed a lot, we have found models in which we share the risk between the startup and the corporate, and we take an equity stake on the startup for that. It's also true that there is an issue with exclusivity because we as a corporate, when we see some very attractive technology, we try to keep for ourselves the competitive advantage of that technology. And that's something that has to be balanced when we start our relationship with the startup in order to build something that is really win-win for the two sides. And that's what we have tried to do in your case precisely. Regarding the challenges, we realize that speed is a great issue, but that issue can be solved if we put the right people in place and if we get to know each other beforehand. If we analyze the value that can be supplied, the capabilities that can be supplied by each one of the sides, and how with those capabilities we can build a model that can keep the capabilities ahead during the project. As a summary, I would say that this is all a matter of trust between the two sides and, of course, tailor-made schemes depending on the type of value created in each one of the cases. I don't know if you guys agree with this summary. Any final comments, or we ask the audience for questions? I don't know if we have time, 40 seconds, 39 seconds. Any questions from the audience? No questions? We'll be around now. So for one-to-one discussions, if you want, around the stage or in our stand, in the stand of Sathir. So thank you very much for coming, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Again, good afternoon, and welcome again to the Next Big Thing stage. Thank you, Diego, and our panelists for talking with us about your collaborations. For those of you new here, again, welcome. My name is Emmanuel, and I will be your host throughout this afternoon. Now we'll start our block of diversity, a topic relevant now more than ever. I am very excited to introduce our next keynote speaker, who will showcase how women are the way to move forward. Please help me welcome to the stage with a huge round of applause, the amazing Anna McCoy.
Whoa, thank you so much. First of all, ladies, first things first. You are loved, you are appreciated, you are celebrated, and you are valued. So start texting your friends right now and give them 8 minutes to get over here, okay? So they won't miss this opportunity. I'm excited to be with you. I'm a part of an amazing organization. We've been traveling around the country. We've been to 20 cities in 12 countries in 90 days because we're serious about empowering 1 billion women by 2020. Why? Because she believes What? Say it with me. She believed? She could, so she did. And so this talk today is about women, the way forward. It is about investing in the future. And if there are investors here, if you are an investor or maybe you're a startup, you want to go to EBW 2020, join the tribe, get with your sisters so that we can do amazing things. So women, investing in women is a part of the future. And I want to say, first of all, congratulations to all of you for being here and taking the time to come to be better. When we think about our focus, and the reason why I'm so excited, okay, that's what I want. I'm so excited to be here in Spain with you, is that I made a decision this year to partner and to invest in a company in Barcelona. So that we could take it to the right level with relationships with women. So I'm an investor. I'm a foreign investor into a great idea in Barcelona. So you're growing extremely fast as it relates to an economy that we should be paying attention to. So we're excited to be with you. Companies who really want to win in the global race really need to pay attention to women. It's just good business. And the reason for that is 35%, you get a higher ROI. One of the things that we talk about in EBW is that ROI for women means relationship, opportunity, and influence. When we have those three things, we can increase our opportunity to give back to our investors. So it makes good sense to be in business with women. In addition to that, VCs who back women, on average in the US, they make 12% more return than, I'm sorry, for those ambassadors we support. So 90% of women actually reinvest their dollars into their families, into their communities, and ultimately it impacts their nation and our GDPs. I'm just giving technology time to catch up. So 70% of new companies started by women. This is why it's so important. And even in the US, I'm an African-American woman, so for those who may not know, I am. But we start over 50% of the businesses in the United States. I am an entrepreneur of 20 years, started a company 20 years ago that is in the real estate industry, raised over $500 million to invest in disadvantaged communities in our nation. And with that, we have done over $2 billion in transactions. We created 27,000 jobs. So when we think about empowering women, when we think about investing in women, we're not doing it just to do a great thing. We're doing it because we're creating jobs, we're creating opportunity. Ultimately, we will impact our economies. Look, I want 5 seconds back. No. All right, so there's an exponential value of tapping into women-owned businesses. If you're an investor, or if you're a corporation, or you're an institution, one of the things that we recognize is that if women really know that you care about them, so if you're a startup, you're in business and you're trying to serve your customers, know this: if you will show women that you really care about the products that you're selling, 9 out of 10 of us are going to be loyal to your products, to your brand. So it makes good sense to get into relationships with women and with business. In addition to that, when we think corporations or any organization really care about us, 79% of us will try the product, will share it with someone else. So as a starter, as an investor, as an institution, it's important that we give consideration. All right, so some of the things that I want to talk to you about is what are the technologies of the future that you want to start to pay attention to. And when we think about blockchain, okay, I'm not an expert in it, but I do know that there's a trend flowing that way. And I think as women, we need to become much more intelligent about it because it's an opportunity. And so the more you learn about it, the more you understand, the more you can participate in the flow. Now, why is this slide important? When I see 900 million in 2017, then here's the deal. It's on track to do 40% more in 2018. This is what I call follow the money. Just follow that money and start to educate yourself, become smarter about some of these opportunities. In addition, we have the Internet of all things. When we think about this, this is where all this connectivity, I'm just showing you where the money is, where the flow of money is going. So whatever you're doing, try to participate in that space. So you'll see that by 2020, it'll reach over 260 billion as it relates to the Internet of all things. Then in additional mobility, the better we can connect people throughout the world as it relates to how are we going to be communicating, it's going to be through video because we want to see each other. So start paying attention to that space. Our company is a financial technology company. We create a platform for women to actually start, grow, and scale their business within community and also within a localized community so they can continue to collaborate and build on their ideas. I'm going to skip a couple of these and go to this. You can just go to the very last slide for me. So I want to encourage you, although I have about 30 seconds, the very last one, oh, actually I got a minute and 24 seconds. Right here. I want to encourage you, if you'd like to know more about EBW, Empowering a Billion Women, to be a part of that community and that tribe, you can reach me at anna@ebw2020.com. I'm going to be here with you. We have what's called our Billionaire Weekend for Women, where we gather women who are in business. We connect you if you want to connect on a global space. This is a great opportunity. It's in January of this year. But I'll send you more information about it, and I'll be around if you want to talk to me and want to get to know who we are, and I get to know who you are as well. So I have 40 seconds. Is there any questions? No questions? What is going on, people? One question? Okay, then. All right. Thank you very much.
¿Se escucha? Thank you, Anna, for being so inspiring and sharing your story. Now, in the 21st century, diversity is not just a buzzword. It is a movement that keeps on growing, that keeps making an impact in organizations, and that yields some serious benefits. Our next panel will delve deeper into this, as they explain to us the power of diversity and collaboration. Please help me welcome to the stage Mireille Tulekima, Managing Director of MT Energy Resources, who will introduce our amazing panel of speakers.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Like just said, the diversity is really one of the big subjects right now, and it's something that can actually make a difference for a company. So today we're going to have a discussion with two panelists, local entrepreneurs, to talk about it, to talk about the impact of diversity in their environment and see what are the gaps and the solution that we can, look at to actually be able to have this diversity, making an impact for companies and in different environments as well. So there's Marta. Marta is the founder and managing director of Inspiring Girls. She's going to be one of the panelists today. And Veronica. Veronica is the managing director of Swan Lab.
Gracias.
So I just wanted to really start by really defining diversity. And I think it's important for all of us to understand how we define diversity and how we apply it in our own environment. So, Marta, how do you define diversity and how do you
as mixed teams, like teams with women and men and different nationalities, different ages. Of course, I think it's a very good opportunity for companies because as our previous panelists just said, there is money there. And it's already been proven by informs and reports from very well-known firms that mixed board of directors or managing committees get best results for the company. So it's just a question of money. It's a business question.
Thanks, Marta. And what about you, Veronica?
Yeah.
Any thought about it?
Sure. As for me, diversity, since we are living in a world where the only thing that we know that it will be constant in the future will be change, we need for this to face the pace and the rhythm of these changes, we need people very diverse and very complementary to get over all the challenges we have in front of our company. So diversity, as Marta was mentioning, is a question even on personalities of different people, on gender, on ages, on generations, on countries. And here we are at an event that is mainly tech event. So, and all tech companies are from inception and need to be global. So from this perspective and to face the whole world, you need very diverse teams by definition to have the best solution at every single moment.
Yeah, and I think you're right because we've seen so far that things are really going quickly, and then you need to innovate really all the time. And the diversity is actually something that we need and to actually drive the business today. So how do you actually implement diversity as a CEO or a founder? How do you implement diversity in your organization?
We in our companies, the industry by itself, it's mainly a male industry. So I think that not talking about VC, but about the tech entrepreneurial companies, I think that the percentage of female founders is very low. It's around like 6% of the total, which is a huge gap. And as Anita was saying previously, there are many studies showing that when you have a female founder, the returns for investors are higher by 63%. So the chances and possibilities for a company are doubling the successes. So we need to seriously consider how to have more women in the tech space. So, and building up companies. We normally see them more often in commercial positions, marketing positions, not so much in the tech. And it's probably because only 25% of the engineers here in Spain are women, and not everyone makes their own business. So the percentage is very low. It's only 2 to 3%, like taking the risk of joining a startup. So But I think that we must encourage women to join and to develop companies in Spain, because the results are very good, as you said.
Yeah, and why is that? Why do we have this gap? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we all start at the same level in primary school. And why are women reluctant to...
You know what? It's a question of perception. It's a question, we have, I work in a foundation called Inspiring Girls. We work to aim, for the girls to aim high. We just want them to know that they can do whatever they want to do, and the limit is in themselves. It's not outside. So it takes breaking a lot of stereotypes. But in our studies, we have discovered that from the early age of 5, 6-year-old, the girls begin to think, I don't know why, nobody knows why, they begin to think that they are less smart than the boys in things like mathematics, technology, physics, things like this. And the teachers, they told us, this is not true, because the marks, the objective proofs, show that they are the same level, 50-50, but the girls, they perceive themselves like less smart. So they tend not to go to these kind of careers. This, I think, is a very important strategic loss for countries and for companies. I myself am a business lawyer. I've been working in technology all my life in software companies. And I have been in a board of directors or a managing committee with my president. And he would ask me, could we do this or this? And I would say, listen, I think it doesn't smell good. Why? I don't know. But I will tell you in a couple of days. Because I knew that this was not the right thing to do. But I didn't have the empiric proofs at that moment in time. We have different abilities. We have different tools for the business world. And I was able to perceive something that was empathy, that was in the air, and tell my president, listen, just not to do this. And he was so smart to take the advice. But this is not very frequent, because if you don't have the numbers, this is not very frequent. But at the end of the day, in a couple of days, you are able to go there and say to the president, listen, you know why I told you this? Because such. So you have the arguments at the end of the day. But we work differently. Our brain works differently. So if we have both both sets of abilities, then of course results are better. I think they're better. So we have to work at schools, at school level, to break this gap, I think.
Exactly, and that's actually amazing, because I also worked in a very male-dominated environment, and you see very different behavior in front of opportunities. Women tend to want to be perfect before they actually raise their hand to go for an opportunity, where a man will say, okay, I'll do it, and I'll figure out later. And that's really amazing. You see it all the time, and that's how women actually miss out some opportunities. And so it really sometimes comes from ourselves, really, at this point in time, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think that is an inner belief. I was reading those days about what were the barriers, and the main one is that women think that they are not capable enough, which is amazing, because one thing we know is that we are much more capable than them, right? So it was based on our capacity. So I was wondering, and I was talking before to Marta, why at schools we are not making this change, because at the same time, in different analyses, they say that until, I don't know, high school, normally the grades in maths and physics are even above the male peers. So it wasn't a question afterwards, maybe, on risk-taking, so that you need to take the risk. I mean, the business on technology is a risky business. Here in Spain, normally we will call in venture capital riesgo, which in English is risk capital. It's not venture capital. So we have this risk, and we know that there's nothing wrong on taking a risk. Maybe if you have a failure, you have a learning, and next time you will do it better. But you need to take the risk, and you don't need everything perfect. You don't need to figure out every single detail to make a step. You can just jump in and figure out what to do, and it will work. I'm pretty sure. So only you try.
So with those gaps, I mean, you talk about education as one of the solution, but do you think about anything else that can actually help, bridge this gap and really help women to come out and go for those opportunities where you have more male, involved?
I think that we have to do both things. I mean, go to schools. I would like to encourage all technology women that are here today to be volunteers of Aspiring Girls. We only ask 1 hour per year to go to school and tell the girls, I do this, I like it, my barriers were that, and I could go ahead with them. And if I did, you can. It's as simple as that. They need role models, they need examples. But at the same time, we need to tell companies, listen, I was the other day with the CEO of a mathematical company, very sophisticated analyst firm. And she was saying, I had a chief of team, female, had a baby, and now she looks dumb. She cannot do the mathematical models anymore. And when I asked what was really happening, she had a baby that was a bad sleeper. The baby was up the whole night, and the one that took care of the baby was the mother, not the father. And I told the lady, listen, you don't have this lady that is a mother and doesn't work good anymore. Because if you had a man that doesn't sleep at all at night, he would be dumb also. I mean, you cannot work without sleeping, right? So let's go to the basics and see what's happening in reality. And this smooth rain, this permeability of women going to school and girls looking at them and saying, she's a helicopter pilot, she's a robotic engineer. That exists because they don't know that this is a reality. So we need to go there and show real women doing this. And then, little by little, I think this perception should change.
So basically what you're saying is that we need role model, but at the same time, there's also the need of support from partners, from male, especially on cause at home and the full support to have this balance.
Of course. If you have girls, if you have girls, take care with the language. Because sometimes it's something that you really are not aware of what you are telling in your house, and you have to be careful, because if we are all the time bombarded by ads, like for example the one of Carrefour Argentina last month, saying C of champion for boys and C of cook for girls. I mean, this is in the media. It was a scandal, they took it away. But anyways, these kind of things happens all the time, so let's be careful.
So we have to educate our men. It's very important.
Yeah, and I also think that part of the business in venture capital, we normally are pursuing the best deals all over the place. So it's very important, the networking and being present for women in this type of events, forums, and trying to network with other people on the role model, because we need role models to follow in VC as entrepreneurs, in managerial position, CT, whatever, CTO, CCO, and we need these links, because most of the deals in venture capital come from the closest network. So if you only are related to men, normally you will bring only men deals with male founders. So you need to be present where the movement is and get connections with everyone. Doesn't matter if it's male or women, but trying to be in the environment very active because it's another way.
And I actually agree because, I mean, working in the male-dominated environment, my mentor were actually men. And I didn't have any choice. But that was actually a gift for me because I could actually gain from their experience. And they were actually opening up more, understanding how we women function and really taking it on board for any promotion or any work or teamwork that we were doing. So it's really about, and that's where the collaboration is very important between men and women. It doesn't have to be women just trying to find a solution. I think men have to be part of this solution as well, so that we can actually have a balance and something positive as well.
So, just an anecdote, but I was reading that during the 70s, the director of a music orchestra was mainly men. Only the directors were only men. And they started to promote to do blind audiences. So, you know, only how the orchestra was playing by the noise, but not who was directing the orchestra. And this opened up an opportunity for many women. And as you know, we have like very talented women as director of orchestra. So I think that to do kind of blind hiring profiles will be also something very good, because I mean it's only on the results, on the experience, on the learnings, because we tend to have some cliches. For example, normally female founders are normally linked to either fashion or child or anything related to more the female. You don't think about women cybersecurity like a hacker, you know? Hacker is mainly, you figure out immediately, you have an image of a male. You're not thinking about a woman. But I mean, why not? I mean, it depends on your interest. So we also need to take out these cliches that we have right now. So
I think it's a question also of changing the mindset, no? Because the perception you were talking about before, I was talking with the rector de la Universidad del País Vasco, and he told me, when we change the name of Informática to Ingeniería Informática, then the number of women decreased dramatically, just for the name. It's a question of perception. So it is necessary to also try to change the mindset in we women and you know, raise our hands and all the things you said before. No?
Exactly. Okay. Do we have any question in the audience?
Or comment?
One or two questions.
This is an easy one. No, I mean, have you? Oh, too late. She. I don't know. Did you hear the question? She asked about compatibility of family and work and how we deal with that. No, is that it in summary? And I was thinking of the book of Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook. I don't know if you've read it. She says, "Don't go before you go." I mean. Last week we were in one of our events, and one of the teachers, not the girls, listen, was the teacher, asking one of the role model women, talking with the girls, saying, listen, with such an amazing career, how could you do that with 3 children? And she said, I have 3 children, but my husband has 3 children too. So, I mean, it's easy. You have to be very careful. I tell this to my girls, be very careful in choosing your boss and your husband. And then it would be, you know, you have to be very careful how do you schedule your whole life and who is your companion. But the children are children of husband and wife.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Marta. Last word, Veronica.
No. I was about to mention one suggestion my colleague here, Juan, is always saying that if by definition the regulation here in Spain oblige men to take the maternity leave, then the division of hiring a man or a woman on the same age, on the 30s, wouldn't be a problem because, I mean, if it will be compulsory for everyone, then no matter, so.
Right. And also, may I say a last thing to this lady? If we cannot pretend to be the perfect mother, the perfect wife, and the perfect worker all the time and at the same time. So sometimes you will be in a project and you will be home at 5 in the morning because you're working, and then you have to delegate the other things and you have to not think about that. Other days you will be the perfect mother and then you don't take so much care about things you have to do tomorrow. So don't be so perfectionist.
Thank you very much, ladies, and give some applause to those two experts.
Thank you. Thank you to you, Mary.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you again for being here. I want to thank Muriel and our panelists for giving us that conference. I think it is safe to say that we are craving more women in tech and have a more balanced and equal industry. Our next keynote speaker is the best example to showcase how to thrive as a woman in tech. It is my great pleasure to welcome the fantastic Susanne Birgersdotter, serial entrepreneur from Sweden, founder of 2 tech companies and investment company, and nominated for the most powerful female founder in 2017 and 2018. Give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. Okay, I will see if this one is working now. No. Are we working together? Okay, you have to wait. Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is me. My name is Susanne Birgersdotter. It's quite hard to pronounce if you're not from Sweden. I'm 45 years old, and when I was 38 years old, my daughter came home and she had a really hard time learning her math table. So, of course, as any good parent, I was looking for an app to her, and I couldn't find one, as we liked, that her teacher liked, and that her friends liked. So, oh, it's not working with me, okay. And before I tell you the story about the app, as when he introduced me and he said that I was nominated for the most powerful female founder 2 years ago, people were asking me, how come that you are nominated to Sweden's most powerful female founder? You don't have billion-million-dollar companies, and you don't have like 10 companies that you are the CEOs of. So I asked the magazine that did this nomination. And they said, because you inspire others to build businesses. And especially in an area that you have no idea about. As I said, my daughter came home and she had a really hard time learning the math table. No, oops. This is not going well at all for me. Can you help me? The slide with the next one. Next, thank you, stop. Okay, here we go. I'm not a programmer, I'm not a developer, and I never worked with IT before in my whole life. I never played anything on app games, and I never downloaded apps. Facebook and Instagram was the ones I was using. So for me, when I wanted to do an app, that was maybe quite hard, but not for me. I just Googled how to make an app. And then I found one programmer in Ukraine, one developer in India, and the girl who was sketching everything, she was in Poland. And together we were Skyping every night. I was sitting from my kitchen table, trying to tell them what I wanted to have in this app. We made Kids Matthew in 3 months. After that, I made 14 more apps in 1 year, all of them from the kitchen table, because I could feel this was something that I really wanted to learn about. And people were asking me, so what is your topic with apps? Are you making health apps? Are you making economic apps? What kind of apps are you making? But I don't do that. I make all kinds of apps, because I wanted to learn about all kinds of apps, since I love to dip my toes in things I don't know anything about. Then one day, a friend of mine called me and she said, you have to turn the TV on because there's a new diet out. And I was like, do you really think I should go on a diet? Come to Sweden in August to sign his diet book. So we had first 100, then 1,000 of downloads. And then suddenly, I was on the first place on App Store. And for me, being a person who was working from a kitchen table, I didn't know anything about IT, programming, I had an app on the first place on App Store. That was amazing. But the funny part here is that the magazines started to write about me as this health queen. And I was like, I don't know anything about health. And they called me, I remember when I was on the train, and they called me and they said, okay, so can you please give us your best smoothie recipe? And I was like, okay, 1 banana, some strawberries. But I was on the front page of one of the biggest magazines 4 times in 1 month because of the health diet app. And then I started a website in US that I called Susan's Health. And I hired 3 bloggers that was writing about diet and health and exercising. And in every second blog, I was posting the app. So on that Facebook page, we suddenly had over 50,000 followers on all about the app. I just have to tell the guy over there something because they haven't started the timer for me. You know that? That you haven't started the timer? Okay, they don't care. So I can talk the whole day? Fine, fine with me. Okay, so when I had my app company, I had more than 20 apps in the company. And then the programmer from Ukraine, he didn't want to stay there anymore. So he asked me, can I come to Sweden? Can you please hire me? And I did. So he and his family, they went to me and they actually stayed there for a while in my house. It was a bit crazy, but it was okay. And then we were sitting down and talking about, okay, so we actually had an app on the first place on App Store. So what's the next big thing here? And then we thought about maybe we should make one more app, but a game app. So what is most people like? We started to talk about. And most people like Monopoly. So we started to think maybe we could make kind of Monopoly map, but it's location-based. You know, if I'm walking on the streets and you have a hotel and I have a coffee shop, oh, I of course have to give you all my money because you have the hotel and I have the coffee shop, exactly like Monopoly. And we started to think about that idea. But when you want to do a location-based game, you need to hire people. And when you need to hire people, you need money. So that was the next thing for me. Dip my toes in investments. It's quite hard to do that. And especially when you are a woman and you don't know anything about tech. But I never gave up. And there were so many doubters out there, and they told me so many. Fashion, food. Because I'm a woman, you think I should work with skincare, fashion, or food? No way. I want to build even have my idea on paper. I didn't have a PowerPoint. I just met him and I said, listen to me, I want to make a game. I want to make a location-based game. And I need some money to do that. And he looked at me and he said, you're a little bit crazy because you don't even have something to show me. But you have you. And today, when I'm working as an investor, that's the most important thing. It's the founder. Because he could see in me that I would do anything for this company. I would eat noodles for 2 years if I had to. So he gave me some money and we started to hire people. And after the money was gone, because programmers are so expensive. I mean, it's really expensive. And if they're expensive here in Spain, Sweden, it's like crazy. So I guess it took about 3 to 4 months, and then the money was gone, and we needed more money. So I needed to take on my investment hat and go out and just beg for more money. But I did, and then we actually got more money into the company. So I hired 14 people, and I was the CEO. And that's also one thing that I always talk about when I'm mentoring startups. It's quite hard to have a startup because everyone assumes that you can do everything. You should be the CEO, the CFO, you should be the person who cleans the toilet, you should get food for your person, you should do everything. But you can't do that. And I always say that you are not strong alone. You need to have people around you that has the skills that you don't have. And that was what I did. I hired programmers, I hired developers, I hired a person that was better than me on paperwork. I hate paperwork. We named the company I Gotcha. And we also named the game I Gotcha. This idea came up 2 years before Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is a location-based game. So when Pokemon was like #1 on the App Store, the investors asked me, are you sure you can do this? Because, you know, you have Pokemon now. And I was like, of course we can. And today, I think there are 20 employees right now, and they have a new CEO because I wasn't the person who was supposed to be the CEO of this company, since I have ideas. And one more is the money. I didn't have the money I needed from the beginning. So I had to focus on making an app, getting the programmers, and also getting money into the company. It was quite hard, but I did it. And there's one thing I really need to tell you. It's about the network. Maybe you hate go on these network things, have a glass of wine, some wraps, and you just want to go home. But the most important thing when you are building companies are the network. One time, I had an investor that wanted to invest in me in the company, and he really on the bank account. Then I went home, grabbed a bottle of wine, took my computer, went to bed. The biggest, greatest tech companies ever. Because the board had called me and they said, you have 48 hours to get this amount of money into the company, or we will shut it down. So in my mail, I wrote, you have 48 hours now to invest in this company. And then I pressed send. After 10 minutes, the first email arrived, and it was, I would like to invest. And then the second and the third. And in 48 hours, we have saved the company. And that was only because of the network. Network, network, network. Without the network, I would never survive. And today, since I have my app company, I have the game studio, and I also partner in the investment company. I travel around the world globally and speak about entrepreneurship, and women in tech. I'm a mentor, and I also write a book. And all of this would never happen if this network hadn't saved me. As you can see here, this is my companies. And my father, he said to me, I want to say this to you before I'm done here. He was the biggest mentor for me because he was also an entrepreneur. I was ashamed of him when I was a teenager because when you are born in the 70s, being an entrepreneur is almost being a criminal. But when I turned around maybe 30, 35, I could see that I was exactly like him. Not criminal, but an entrepreneur. And he said to me that even in times when you feel like everything is gone and you don't want to do this anymore, you have to think about that you are the captain. And even if the boat is made of paper right now, you are still the captain of the boat. You are still the owner of your company. And you have to do everything to just make everything okay. Thank you. I'm like, 4 seconds.
Permiso. Ready? Thank you, Susan, for sharing your story with us. As Susan's stories and our previous panels demonstrate, there undoubtedly is an urge for diversity in the technology industry. As what we thought was the future is now the present, one that is diverse. Our next panel will talk more about this. Rosa Jimenez from the Venture City will lead and introduce our next speakers. So please, help me welcome Veronica with a round of applause.
Would you just crack on? I think that should be fine. Yeah.
Hello. Thanks for coming. ¿Esperamos o no? Do you want me to wait or do I go straight? Okay. I love that we do things in English now. It wasn't so common time ago in Spain. I'm Rosa Jimenez. Maybe you know me from some other film. No, I'm kidding. I used to be a journalist. Now I'm part of a VC fund and a tech accelerator, the Venture City. We are based in Madrid, Miami, Silicon Valley, and Australia. And as you can see, I've been working in tech for 11 years. And I felt lonely, but now I'm not alone. I have some more colleagues, and more we are having more women in tech. One of the things that I didn't like until, let's say, 2 years ago or so, I was always running away from these kind of panels because I didn't want to feel like being a little pity or like, oh, I feel bad about this, or being like a shaming thing. But I think things are changing in tech, so if you're okay, we're going to talk about that. She's Ichazo?
Yeah, perfect. Ichazo.
Ichazo, good. From M12, she's a VC fund from Bilbao. From where are you?
Yeah, well, I'm Basque, but I've been 15 years outside of Spain. I live in London. Yeah, I come here for conferences once in a while, and I love it. But basically, I'm pretty much a foreigner.
Good. And Christine Roop? Yeah, Roop. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yeah. She's the CEO from Ethan Partners. Where are you based?
London.
London, so very UK thing. We want to talk about the Brexit, for sure. We have some other things to talk about. So first of all, I would like to know, how did you get into tech? And also, when you aware that you were a woman in tech, that you were different? I ask this because for a long time, I was never feeling like I was a woman in tech until recently, and I understood what was going on. But the thing is, I think I never felt I was fewer or something not as good or as valuable as all my colleagues, because I was never counting how many men or women were there. I was just jumping to things or starting doing that. So I don't know if that's a good attitude or a bad attitude, or how do you feel about it? When were you aware that we are a minority in that? So up to you.
I can go for it. I'm an engineer by background, so That's how you get intake pretty straightforward, right? It was a choice. I loved my engineering degree when I studied in Bilbao. And just after my undergrad, the first 3 years, I moved to Germany and I worked as an engineer at Daimler, the car manufacturer.
Well, you mean like Mercedes, no?
Yeah, of course, I'm calling it Daimler because in Germany it was called Daimler, but at the time it was Mercedes Daimler. They were together, but it was in Berlin. I was one of the only women, definitely in my department at the time. I'm talking about 2000. Very young. It was very boring. I was very disappointed because it was totally mismatch. I loved my engineering degree. I think pretty much as an engineer, I'm very technical. And suddenly I saw myself at a factory which was very slow moving. And I mean, the problem wasn't that there weren't any women there, that was probably a differentiator. I was in the assembly line managing quality. So as you can imagine, when you are 22 years old and you are standing there and people are assembling cars and you are looking at and telling them how to do it, and they are, I don't know, 35, 40 years old, 50 years old, and I'm telling them basically. So it was a hard year. I learned a lot, definitely. I stayed there for a year, and I thought that couldn't be my life until I was 65 years old. So I went back to school and I did a PhD, and that's how I got more into venture and technology transfer. But I think the first job out of university was pretty much in an assembly line at Daimler, a car manufacturer, which was like every other man in my engineering class wanted to work for Mercedes. Can you imagine? I was like, I got it. I don't know how, but I just got there. So yeah.
You did it.
Yeah.
Good. What about you?
Yeah. So I'm CEO of Ethan Partners, and we do executive search. So we support high growth internet companies with putting together their senior management teams. And we work very internationally, and we work with about 150 companies. And I founded the company myself about 5.5 years ago now. And we focus a lot on, I mean, it's high-growing companies, so our clients are post-Series A, all the hot tech startups out there, and also a lot of the global rollouts. So companies like Uber, Airbnb, House Tomato, supporting them when they're scaling and entering new markets. But before I started Ethan Partners, so I've probably been in tech for about 10 years, I studied business at Copenhagen Business School, and my first job out of uni was actually within digital marketing. So that's how I entered the tech world through marketing. And I remember that I specialized in digital marketing because 10 years ago, there weren't that many people doing digital, and I could see it was a good way to differentiate from the other people at university. And that was an advantage. And then one of the first international companies that I joined was Groupon when they were doing their international rollout. So I joined very early stage with Groupon, actually in China, of all places. So I moved to China in Beijing to do marketing. But one of the things that I realized very quickly is being non-Chinese to set up the marketing department in China can be very challenging when you don't speak the language. So I was a classic example of actually a wrong hire. But then I transitioned into recruiting very quickly within Groupon. So that's how I started within recruiting, a bit of a coincidence. Yeah. And then I was involved with Groupon's global rollout, where I became responsible for all the senior executive recruiting for all of the markets outside of the US. So that was about 47 markets at the time. And that was where I got exposure to really high growth tech companies and also a very large international network. And then through my time with Groupon, or during Groupon, I got in contact with Rocket Internet, where I worked for 2 years. And with Rocket, I was responsible for the senior executive recruiting for all of the portfolio companies at the time. And this is back in 2011, where Rocket Internet was a German company, expanding out of Germany, but relatively unknown, and definitely no presence out of Europe. So I was involved in that journey with taking Rocket Internet global and seeing all of the ventures being set up, especially with a strong focus on emerging markets. So that was where I really got involved with the tech scene, but also with recruiting as well. And what I focus on, it's hiring for the senior management roles. So I definitely got to experience firsthand, well, you could probably say the lack of women in senior management roles.
Yeah.
Because for all the positions, we were putting together the founding teams and the senior management teams for all of the portfolio companies in 47 countries. And there was only a handful of women back then who were in those senior roles. And today, the last 5.5 years, we work with 150 startups. They're all post-Series A, so they have funding, they're doing well. A lot of them are market leaders. And I can only think of to be honest, I can actually only think of 1 or 2 female founders of all of the companies that we've worked with.
Let's say that where I work, we are more than 60% women.
Oh, yeah.
Our co-founder, founder, and CEO and co-founder are women too. So I think we are kind of a rare species there on this area, but I think that more and more there are many more chances and opportunities, not just to build things, but also to create awareness. I've never felt like an ambassador of this, but I think right now there's kind of a good environment to start showing that we are as good as men. And also with all those diversity issues, I think we can make the rest of the world understand that our point of view is valuable. So sometimes I feel I'm fed up of products made by men, meant to be for women. So I want to ask you both, as people on C-level or taking decisions, how much do you evaluate different point of view, and how do you push your company to be aware that we have to not just have one point of view, but different ones, and that woman is a good addition to build a product?
So I can respond to that one. So I'm part of an investment team. So we are global. I'm the only person in Europe. It's a former M12 for Microsoft Ventures, because in fact I'm transitioning to a traditional venture capital fund as a partner. They were 5 partners, 1 left. 5 of them were men in this VC firm that I'm joining. 1 of the men left, and so I'm joining. I'm the first woman coming in, and all of them are British too, which is interesting. So when we talk about diversity, it's not, they really wanted some diversity, and they weren't even looking for a woman. They were even looking for a different culture, right? So my accent, obviously, it's quite different from them. The interesting part is in the team, so we've done through, obviously when you hire a partner, you need to go through quite a lot of due diligence, understanding of the different people. You are bringing somebody to be basically in the executive team, right? And so they did a lot of, we did a lot of case studies, we work with entrepreneurs, we look at companies together. And when we were around the table, obviously the companies meeting us, they had no idea that these people were evaluating me while we were evaluating companies for their investments, right? And so when the companies were leaving, it was very interesting to hear them to point to things that they will never have mentioned. They were like, that point about the product, I don't think anybody in our team had never even looked at that. And that's like really interesting, right? We had no perspective on that. And it was like very interesting for me to see them pointing to things that I was bringing on board. And obviously, and now I'm joining them. I mean, it's still undisclosed because I'm still employed by M12 or Microsoft, and I'm transitioning. But it has been great to see that from them, and how open they were and how much value they were. Like, that was pretty fascinating. I was like, that was like pretty simple, right? But it's good.
Makes total sense. And what about you?
So with Ethan Partners, since I'm the founder, well, maybe not since, but we have a lot of women on the team. So we are predominantly female on the team. But one thing that I have noticed, so work with lots of companies, and a lot of our clients, they actually ask us if we can find female candidates for a lot of the roles. And a lot of the companies, they do come to us and they say, our entire management team is male. We don't have any women on the management team. Could you please help find? Of course, we're open to, we don't want to differentiate. We want the best person for the role, but we would be really pleased if we could find some women or some female candidates for the team. The worst thing is actually that it's not the companies that don't want to hire women. It's, we actually struggle to find female candidates that are, that are suitable and interested in the role. And I think one of the challenges is because within tech and within startups, there's a lot more risk involved compared to joining joining corporate. There's also less benefits, typically more. The environments are more dynamic, more chaotic, and I think a lot of women, they just feel more comfortable in something a bit more secure. And I could see that a lot of the male candidates, they take more risk, which I personally think is a shame.
Yeah.
So it's not that the companies don't want to hire women or against hiring women. If anything, they actually are begging us to find candidates, and we really try to find female candidates. But for most of the roles, especially the more technical positions, we struggle to find female candidates who are interested in the role and interested in doing that transition. So I think there's also there's a lack of talent available as well.
Yeah, that was my following point. That one of the things I see every year, like Google, Facebook, they announce how they are doing on this diverse thing, more Latinos, more Asians, more women. But if you get and you go deeper into that, most of women are communications, marketing, legal, finance. But it's difficult to find more women in tech. I think it's not just something vocational, but also the kind of work they're going to have. So what would you do to have more engineer women like you are? What do you think is the moment that they leave the track? Yeah. And also, how could you make more a friendly environment for women?
So I have a great idea about that, and I'm trying to put it in place, in fact, because...
sometimes the excuse is they are not. I can find them because they are not there.
And
so let's make them.
I think it comes a lot from the role models and the education that you received in the past. And I would say usually it's from your parents, because schools can basically affect or determine a little bit, 10-20% of what you do, but what you eat at home and you see at home, I think it's very, very important. But role models are very important, and unfortunately not every other kid has the opportunity to have a good role model at home, that they are telling them what their possibilities are, how wide is this market. I believe many of us, we do have kids, and we will be amazing pushing them to do, but they're not all the kids do have parents who come to South Summit, right? This is a small minority. So I would say there is something that I've been thinking about, because the CEO of Microsoft in the UK, her name is Cindy Rose. She's amazing. She's an amazing woman. And one day I was going to grab a coffee with her, and she said, well, I need to cancel it because they changed my school speech. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, well, for the last 3 years, I go to schools, 12 years old girls, and I give talks every month to a different school, to the 12 years old girls, that they need to make a decision in the next year what to do. And I've been doing it for the last 3 years.
Wow.
I was amazed. So her PA finds the schools, and she goes and gives informal talks to 12 years old girls. And I think that is an amazing role model, like the CEO of Microsoft in the UK, who is a woman. And I think it's our responsibility as women to empower the next generations and to tell them that they can make it work, that it's super fun, technology is for them. Look, we are doing technology and we should do it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely say also it starts with education, because I think that there's just a lack of females entering, educations that are more technical and becoming engineers or learning to code. it's still very male dominated. And I do agree as well that it's lack of role models. So I think there's definitely a lot to be done within that area, like educating, children or highlighting the advantages of maybe studying something else and not something that's very female dominated. So that's definitely where I think it should start very young.
That's one of the topics, but also I think there are like, from our side, I think we need to change like the mindset when we see, I don't know, like a job offer. It's not that if women have less than 7 of the 10 points, we wouldn't apply. And men, if they think they have 5, they would apply.
Yeah.
So it's something related to self-esteem. But on the other hand, I think the other side have to change too, that sometimes men do activities for men or do things for them, or they go and have lunch together instead of team. And one of the things that I really pay attention to, and it's just an anecdote, but every time I go to a conference, I pay attention to see if they have women t-shirts, to see if they are willing to see that we are going or not. They think they are unisex. I think there are no unisex t-shirts. It's like, this is going to be my pajamas. It's not something I'm going to wear. And I don't know if you've read about all the Uber turmoil. One of the things that happened is that they have like a bonus for the team, and they could have leather jackets if they get that to that point. And they're wearing leather jacket for women. So they were like, we're doing this thing. So there are like maybe little details that make you feel rejected or out of that. So how could you convince men to be aware that some of their behaviors are a little bit like rejecting us? I make jokes about the t-shirts to see if they
It's a very good question. How to change society,
we have to change our mindset and apply. We have 5 points, that's for sure. But
one thing that I have noticed, so I come from Denmark.
Okay.
I'm Danish, and in Denmark, I would say we're very equal in society, and women are not treated differently to the same extent. I think it goes to Scandinavia as well. There's a lot more equality between genders, and I think also, like growing up, I never noticed that there was a difference between male and female. If anything, I have a very strong mother, very strong female role model. I was like, women are just as good, if not even better, as men. They can multitask, they can do a lot of things. So I think it's also a culture. You can see differences depending on the country and the culture. So, I mean, a lot of things have to change, but I think a lot of it's through awareness, and a lot of things are already happening. But there's definitely a lot more that can be done.
I would say just try to really make jokes out of it. I think many in our industry, it is, for example, in venture capital, it is clear that there are less women raising money than men. Yeah. I don't think venture capitalist investors feel proud about that. They don't brag about it. I can't see a partner in my firm saying, it's great, women, only 2% of women raise money. No, they feel embarrassed. They feel embarrassed and they want to improve that. So I really don't think there is a conscious decision. So I think as a woman, keeping it positive and making jokes about it, in fact, openly raising up jokes about it instead of getting in silence and thinking, why did this person say that and do that, right? Or getting angry. So keeping it positive and making jokes about it, I think they will feel a little bit embarrassed too at the time, and it's not that they feel proud about it, it's just they didn't think about it, and I think it will take a little bit of time. So I think it's our responsibility to make fun of it and try to change it. But overall, and obviously, if they have that attitude that they don't want to change it, probably you don't even want to work with them. So you will like to make them feel embarrassed at that point too, right? That's what they deserve anyway.
Yeah. We make jokes in my company because we are 2 Latina founders on their 40s and foreigners raising money for tech, so we have all the odds to go wrong, and we're still there doing it and doing well. So sometimes it's just a matter of laughing about the figures and the numbers and go ahead and let's see what happens. And do you have any children and kids?
Yes.
And
I don't.
Okay. That's actually another area where, of course, I didn't realize before I had children, but I have a son who's almost 2, and that's actually one thing that's different on a more negative side in Scandinavia is there's a lot of pressure towards women going on maternity leave. And in Scandinavia, it's typically 1 year that you go maternity leave. So if you have several children, it's several years that you're out, that you're not working. And I personally, I only took 2 weeks maternity leave because, having your own company and feeling responsible for employees and working hard, being very career focused, so it can be done. You can combine, a career with having children, but there's actually a lot of negativity towards it. So what I experienced was, it's not that people are saying, wow, that's amazing that you can combine a career with having children at a young age. It's more, what about your son? Who's taking care of your son? And it's of course not as if my son's alone at home, not, or neglected anyway. It's just more about being smart. Yeah. But it does require more flexibility in the work space as well. So, having my own company, being a founder, I'm able to work from home, which gives a lot of flexibility, and I can also decide when I want to travel, and I bring my son on my travels. Last year when I attended South Summit, I actually had my son with me. He was I think he was 8 months at the time, so I brought him along with my mother. So I think it does require flexibility in the workforce as well to encourage women.
I don't know if you remember
keep their careers.
When Marissa Mayer had the last kid, that she took the kid or the baby to her office, and she even had like a cradle and a space. Yeah. And it was a big turmoil. It's like, what if she had taken like 4 months? It would have been a turmoil anyway. So whatever they do is going to be wrong because people are all the time judging. Yeah. So I think she just decided to go her way, do her best, and let people talk and speak. And she became an anecdote, but she's also a role model.
She was actually a role model for me when I had children.
So I think it was good for the tech industry. Maybe it wasn't the right thing to do. She should have taken 4 months out. But for a woman CEO, it was like, oh, she did it, and she demonstrated we can do it too. So I think that kind of movement, like the role model thing, is very important. But also I feel like the media has to be helping, not just going to those harassment things, but also put like woman heroes for girls or parents. They say, oh, I want to be like this one. Yeah. So if there's somebody you want to follow, like your friend was doing at school, is somebody you want to be like her. If you don't see it, you feel you are blinded or you are lost into that track. So I think there's lots of things to do on social media, how people respond when it's a woman. We have fewer retweets or fewer likes if it's a woman who delivers the message. So I think there are more and more to do in this. And I don't know if any of you wants to make a question. Yeah, there's one question. You. Un minuto? Una pregunta, un minuto. 1 minute, one question. Does anybody has a question? Or, okay, you. If no, I was going to ask you to think one piece of advice you could give to women in tech. But I can hear you.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. So just a little comment. You're talking a lot about the women versus men.
No,
but a little bit like that. I was wondering, the real question is whether, like, traditionally women, attitudes towards work or collaboration are actually beneficial in the workplace, because they are. But are they fostered by the big companies? So, you can be a woman, but you can lead in a manly kind of a style, right? Mm-hmm. You can be a woman and have more female trait leaderships, which I think are more suited actually for the future generations. So I think the question is, maybe not men versus women, but also, the style of leadership, some of the traits of leadership that are important.
Yeah, like we have different skills, and we are not taking advantage in that instead of confronting. Yeah, thank you. So what would be your piece of advice for women who are in tech?
I can start. I definitely like to think, and I've always think this way. Always keep in mind that being a woman is an asset. It's an asset, and you gotta leverage it and use it, because really it's something positive. And in our industry, men are willing to have women around. So it is an asset. Just believe it. In the leadership style, I'm totally a woman. I dress as a woman. I go and I deal with my founders as a woman. I negotiate as a woman. And my previous boss, in fact, told me that I'm very aggressive, and he's Israeli, by the way. And it is a way to behave, but I definitely think it's an asset, and you gotta use it, because we have very good elements on reading how people think, how people behave, and for negotiation, for example, I think we are fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you.
I definitely agree with that. Another thing that could also be mentioned is also, I think an area where women differentiate from men is actually that I feel men are better at supporting each other and helping each other, whereas women, well, they're not as good. And you can also just see that through networks, through helping out, through introductions. So I think, not that it should be, men against women or women, isolated, but I think that there's a lot that we can do to help each other and support each other as women, and also, use our networks and get more out of our networks, than a lot of women do today. I think a lot of women, they hold back. They don't like to be as outgoing and go out and network the same way as men do. So I think that's definitely an area where we can support each other.
Good piece of advice. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks everybody for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa, and our panelists for that conversation. For those of you new to the stage, welcome to the Next Big Thing stage. My name is Emmanuel Diaz, and I'm your host for this afternoon. As we progress in the workplace, each year we have to be more flexible, more dynamic, and more empowered. Our next panel will explain us how entrepreneurship is the future of work. Rasa Strumskite, Chief Strategy Officer of Talent Garden, will lead the panel and introduce the speakers. Please help me give a warm round of applause to Rosa. Rasa.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Rasa. I'm a Chief Strategy Officer of Talent Garden, one of the largest European networks for the tech community, working on the smart workspaces, innovative education, and all the connecting activities. And since the future of work has been one of the most recognized topics in the last years, I'm really happy to host our speakers, 4 panelists. Please give them the applause and welcome to the stage. So today, together among the panelists, we have really different expertise and different skill sets. All of us are somehow working on the future of work from different perspectives and have different points of view. So before we actually deep dive into the discussion, I would like to have a maybe really quick round of introduction. who we are and what we do so the audience can understand it better.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here, actually. My name is Gonzalo Torres. I'm the country manager of Malta, Spain. We are a freelancing platform. We put in contact companies and freelancers, and we are creating the concept of the extended workforce, just creating long relationships between companies and freelancers. So it's what we do.
Hi. Antonio Fontanini. I am the Chief Optimistic Officer in every place where I stay. But I'm here invited by a company we know together, Opino, where I'm the Chief Exponential Officer. And in the real life, I am an investor. I invest in dreams, in startup, in IT. My base is in San Francisco. And I really am passionate. I'm very curious. And I'm really happy to stay here and to listen and to learn from this amazing panel.
Hi, everybody. I'm Pablo Santos, and I represent the LDI, Laboratorio de Ideas, an entrepreneurship group that we created 3 years ago. The LDI is formed by 5 Naturgy workers, 5 friends, Ivan Alvarez, Manuel Núñez, Oscar García, Alfonso Zárate, and me. We believe that our ideas could add value to the company, and we start this project.
Hi guys, my name is Mario. I'm based in Southeast Asia, specifically between Manila and Singapore. I guess the only one based there. And I'm the CEO of Fly Spaces. We are the largest co-working space aggregator. So like an Airbnb for flexible office space in Southeast Asia. We fundraised more than $3 million. I was in Rocket Internet before. I left after the IPO. And I'm also a professor in IE Business School for sales, negotiation, and peak performance.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's just an accident that we are sitting all in order because I was thinking how we can combine our expertise and share the knowledge in the most efficient way. So let's start with you, Gonzalo. I know that you are having a huge community of freelancers, and freelancing and independent workforce is something booming like crazy, right? And we have all those stats of reaching 50% by 2020. So could you share a little bit of insight?
It is the 54% 4 years from now. And the thing is that this concept of extended workforce is something that the future corporate managers have to deal with new skills. We see, for example, that the future corporate managers have to deal with the vision and the mission and the values of the companies, but they have to deal with people, with specialists, that they are super eager to grow, to learn, to new technologies. But it's a challenge. We know it's a challenge, and it's something that is going to happen in 2 years.
2 years, yeah, that's pretty impressive. And Antonio, I know that you're also working together, right? Your companies. And if you think about this independent workforce organizational point of view, right? You mentioned before liquid organizations. Could you elaborate a bit more on that?
Yes. In less than 10 years, 40% of big corporations in Fortune 500 will disappear. We know that before, a company stayed in the Standard & Poor's index for 70 years. Today, the average is 15. So big corporations are competing in a very tough environment. Like in Bocadillo, they are the ham and cheese. On the top, they have GAFAs, Google, Apple, Facebook, Alibaba, and Amazon, which are companies with really huge brands, big cash, and they are loved by their customers, and they count customers in the billions. And on the bottom side, they have startups. They have fintech and agri-tech and secure tech. So to compete in this very tough world, they need to really be agile and think like startups. This is why they need a different kind of profile and build these liquid organizations. For example, they have to have a dual organization on one side, a CEO with the E of executive, managing and executing the business model they know, but at the same time, they have to have a CEO with the E of entrepreneur, managing in a different environment, with a different skill, different portfolio. And this is why they need to attract entrepreneurs and creating agile organizations with this kind of concept. Liquidity means that Gonzalo could be an employee or could be a robot. He is a robot, in fact. or chatbots, or freelancers, and creating what, for example, in Naturgy they do very well, creating open innovation spaces where they attract new talent, fresh ideas from different environments, or, for example, creating a corporate venture fund, or creating corporate venture buildings, or putting antennas in Silicon Valley, or Israel, or Boston. So the organization we see in the future are completely different from the actual organizations. And let me see two really important facts for this. First of all is diversity. When I stay in a board and everybody looks like me, I say, hey guys, we have a problem. And something will be fixed, because nobody is so intelligent, so smart to compete with diversity. And the second point is intelligent, collaborative intelligence. Do you know how we can make smarter teams, Guy? What is the most important thing with a team being smarter?
Tequila.
More women. More women make a smarter organization. So a liquid organization is a place where we can work together in a flat organization, in open spaces, with especially women entrepreneurs.
And we just lost our women panelists today. But I think it's a really interesting point, and actually I have recently read a study that said that almost 50% of executives from the corporates in Europe are seeking for this inspiration how to deal with the future of work outside their organizations. And I think that here Pablo might have a really interesting experience to share, because we are somehow touching this future of work topic from the entrepreneurship perspective, right? And you said working on the future internal ventures and the spin-offs, and basically organize innovation inside out.
Yes, we start, as I said, 3 years ago, and nobody asked to do this. We are a group of friends, 5 workers in Naturgy, and that we think that our ideas could add value to the company and start this project. Many companies in Silicon Valley start in a garage, and we have our own garage. We have a meeting room near our workplace where in our spare time we began to share our ideas, and the LED was born. Then we decided to take the initiative and send our ideas to the directors of each area of the company. And Naturgy recognized this initiative. During these 3 years, and in parallel with our usual work, because we do it in our spare time, the LDI has collaborated in strategic challenges and has proposed more than 60 initiatives for the company. And Naturgy is very proud of this adventure. We are a bit like the A team, but for innovation, with the I team. And if you have a problem, maybe you can hire the LDI. But to continue leading innovation, Naturgy needs the participation of all the workers in the group. There are a lot of them that began to innovate, but we need all the participation, because we represent a kind of worker that thinks different, but there are another kind of worker in these big companies.
If I may ask, participation is a really huge topic, this engagement and involvement, because innovation can't happen without the participation. How do you encourage the participation?
Yes. There is a motivational phrase that said, you have to get out of your comfort zone. But I understand perfectly the worker that say, for what? Because I'm doing the same thing for years, and my work is going very well. And for answer this and to motivate the other workers, we usually tell a story, a short one, that is it was the year 2005 in Finland, and a worker called Jose Luis Jurgensen was going to work at the factory. His job is not the best, but he was happy because he had a job for a lifetime. He worked for one of the largest companies in the world, leading in its sector. Mr. Jurgensen worked doing the buttons of the Nokia phone, and he had doing the same thing for 10 years, and there was no need to change anything. At the same time, 9,000 kilometers far from Finland, a man opened the door of an office full of engineers and said, hey, we are going to make a new phone, and close the door. At time he opened the door again and said, one thing, the phone is going to have only one button, and close the door again. The engineers look at each other saying, he's crazy. But this crazy man was Steve Jobs. And while Mr. Jurgensen was still doing the same thing, the iPhone was going to devastate Nokia. They didn't see it coming. In these times, if you don't get out of your comfort zone, you can lose it. You can lose your comfort. And as we said in the LDI, innovation is not a fad, or innovation is not a pose. Innovation is an obligation.
That's a perfect answer. And touching this, the comfort zone and innovating, Maria, you might have an interesting perspective because you're the citizen of the world and you're most of your time between Europe and Asia, right?
If I can just pick up one thing on the freelancer, because all the statistics you guys said are applicable in this part of the world. They're not applicable in my part of the world.
So what's happening in that part of the world in terms of future of work?
The thing is that, as European and Western economies, they reach a pretty advanced stage, right? That creates a lot of security, right? So you don't work, you still have healthcare system here, So not in the US, but But what I mean is that is favoring the freelancer wave, like millennials, especially in Europe. In my opinion, they're not really hardworking, so they all want to become influencer on Instagram, okay? In my part of the world, okay, my employees, they need to travel 2 hours to get to the office. They work 8 hours, 2 hours to go back, and they are very hardworking. It's impossible to beat Asian on the amount of dedication they put on work. So the fact that our economy, in Southeast Asia, we don't have such an advanced economy, no security, no healthcare, really need to work hard to bring food home. Most of my employees, they support their families, right? So the freelancer wave is far from happening until this economy will not reach the middle income status. When you reach middle income status, then freelancers start to flourish because people, they value more free time or they value their own creativity and so on. But this is not happening in Southeast Asia. However, in the Philippines, freelancer.com or Upwork is the single most represented country in the whole platform. We have 2.5 million Filipinos on freelancer.com, but it's a very simple reason. Philippines has been overtaking India for outsourcing, right? So India was the #1 country for outsourcing forever until Philippines start flourishing because Filipinos have an amazing accent. They're just very pleasant on their accent when they speak. So that created a cluster of IT, BPO industries. That created a cluster of outsourcing, they created a cluster of freelancer, right? But in the other part of Southeast Asia, let's say Vietnam or Indonesia, etc., people, they tend to go for an established companies because it brings security. So good or bad is not my point to say, but we are far from that freelancer thing. Right?
What do you think about that, as you have a big European freelance community?
Actually, the thing is that I'm totally agree, okay, because actually the freelancing movement is not at the same phase in the States, in Spain, in France, or in Philippines. But the thing is that we see at the history, we see, for example, that Upwork, 10 years ago, it was Odesk and England's freelancer. It was the punctual freelancing hiring was actually a success. And now it was a success in Europe, and now it's in Philippines. Now, for example, technology is allowing other kind of relationships. It's allowing creating liquid companies. It's allowing matching freelancers, long-term relationship freelancers with companies. That's a liquid organization. It's leverage assets. So that's happening now in the States. It's coming to Europe, and in 10 years, maybe, or 15, it's going to Philippines. So actually, it makes sense what you're saying. And if you analyze everything, it's everything in their face.
If I just might add, we see freelancer happening in advanced economy like Singapore. So in Singapore, you see co-working spaces like some of our co-working spaces, right? It's full of freelancer with very high-end innovations or product design, etc. Or in tropical paradise like Bali or Phuket, you do find a lot of Swedish, Italian, Spanish, Americans that they live in Bali, they need to support themselves, and they provide services all around the world, but they are based in Bali. But you don't find this in Jakarta, you don't find this in Manila. Manila is not exactly tropical paradise.
And since I know we have only a couple of minutes left, and it's absolutely interesting topic, perhaps like one takeaway that you could give to the audience and everyone that came to listen, like what would be that advice? Because we all have different perspectives, you know, like freelance, corporate, organizational. What would be that one advice that would help us to adapt and work better in the future of work environment from you personally?
I think we all, the panel, we're in the same line. I think is that the companies working now, they are not going to last in 10 years. So whether you adapt to new technologies, methodologies, the new scenario, and actually Antonio had the point in that quote, or you will die.
I think that to attract entrepreneurs and create these little organizations, first of all, you have to see your business as an ethical journey. You need to impact in your society. So this smart guy, this liquid organization will happen. I just see a small video by Jack Welch. It was really inspiring. He said, if you want to attract really great people to your organization, you have to be the chief meaning officer. You have to explain why people have to follow you. And at the same time, you have to say, what is in it for me? You are asking for people to change, to take big risks, to take failures. So you have to explain why they have to change, which is the most difficult thing for us. You have to be the chief brooming officer, like brooming, you know, brooming out all the silos, all the bureaucracy, all these obstacles that these guys have to create their own theme to fight the culture, the internal culture. And being the chief fun officer. If you go to the work and you don't have fun, how you can get the best talent in your office?
My point of view is, I mean, for a big company, I think it's innovation, simple innovation, and don't do the things because it's always done in the same way. We have this kind of problem. And I bring an example of this. In the umbrella, sorry, the umbrella. It has been done for centuries in the same way, until someone said, stop, let's don't do it because always has been done like this, and let's think. And then they do this, I carry one. An umbrella, forgive me the superstitious, an umbrella that opens upside down. Yeah.
You make this analogy.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I'm going to make it. It's because you can get out of your car better. When you close it, you don't get wet. And in windy days, any when the wind blows, nothing doesn't really matter to me because it doesn't break. And this is not a home shopping network. This is an example of simple innovation. This is what we need. And I have an example of not doing things because it's always been in the same way.
Actually, I might need this one. Next week, I'm going to Ireland. And every time I go there, it rains.
You need one of...
You need two.
In windy days, this is perfect.
Mario, what about you? The last takeaway.
I completely agree with Antonio. I mean, in Rocket, I had nearly 9,000 employees. So managing 9,000 young people, it's a challenge. Trust me on this, okay? Now I only have 50, okay? But the secret sauce or how a small startup like mine now win over talents to the big startup we have in Southeast Asia or the American startup entering Southeast Asia or the big conglomerates, it's all about culture. It's all about chief energizing officer, chief whatever officers. Like, I mean, every morning on Slack, on the general Slack, so those of you know Slack, you have individual chat, group chat, and general, right? So be careful when you're drunk and write things on general, okay? Just like a disclaimer, right? So the first things they do is like, hey, Jennifer, how's your Tinder date going? To the general Slack, you know? And Jennifer has an emoticon that says, swipe right, you know? And they all love it, okay? So the young guys, I can only speak for Southeast Asia, again, I don't know in Europe, but the young talented kids that they have, they value much more environment than money, right? They're not necessarily money-driven, they're purpose-driven. So when they see that, you know, the company they work for has an impact in the day-to-day of other things and other businesses or other people, that what makes them belong to your company, right? Chinese, different story. They are still money-driven, okay? But you know, the young kids in Southeast Asia, the one we have 11 languages, 4 religions, and 3 genders. Now ask me what's the third gender, okay? So we got every possible color in my company, only 50 people, right? So they really appreciate more environment than rewards, monetary rewards. The rewards is the environment. Yeah?
Yeah. And when I think about like Talent Garden and what we believe about this future of work and the transformation, perhaps like all those small elements go down into one thing, is the mindset, how open we stay and how open we are to accept all the new things and change our culture and grow. So this is what I'm going to wish to all of you. Be the change officers for yourselves, for your companies, your businesses, and give a big round of applause to all the panelists who shared their experience and thoughts.
Qué rápido, ¿no?
Hello, everybody. There's been a quick change in the agenda. Our next session is going to start now at 6:10. So sorry for that. We'll introduce our next panel in the next few minutes. So stay here for our final panel. Thank you. So our last panel will talk about the culture in startups, big corporations, and how they relate to each other. Mateo Rocco, Head of Communications at Wyra, will lead the panel and introduce our truly amazing panel of speakers. Please help me welcome Mateo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, thanks for the introduction, Emmanuel. For us, it's a great pleasure to mix. We have this afternoon 4 great entrepreneurs, but also 4 great persons. And I'm going to introduce each of them just with a quick phrase, and then they can share with all of you what they are doing. The panel this afternoon is about startups, corporations, the mix in between both worlds, and how you can create new opportunities thanks to having work in a corporation or in a startup or in both worlds. So we have here Pedro Jareño, who used to work at Microsoft. He's also the co-founder of Minube, and he's a great entrepreneur, optimistic, and is always connected with startups. So welcome, Pedro. We also have Pedro Serraima now he's working at Telefónica. He's also an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, one of the founders of Pepefon. It's a great case study and a success story of a startup in Spain. So welcome, Pedro. We have also Marcos. Marcos is the co-founder of Mad Lions. He has been always working with startups. He's a great entrepreneur. He's also teaching, mentoring startups, so he's 100% connected with the entrepreneurship world. So welcome, Marcos. And also Valeria Dominguez. She's also an entrepreneur. She used to work leading the e-commerce strategy of Adolfo Dominguez, who some of I think you may know it. It's one of the biggest clothing company in Spain. Now she's also a great entrepreneur, working with also influencers. She now founded Felino, and so welcome also Valeria. So the idea of this afternoon is just to mix all of them. They have in common that they have been entrepreneurs, or they are entrepreneurs in their souls, but also they have worked in big corporations, so they know how to. We always talk about how to dance with the elephants, no? How to move a big corporation. So in your case, I wanted to share with you just one question. Do you think that the corporations can face the challenges of today and tomorrow without having entrepreneurs in their fields, in their teams? So who wants to start? Maybe Valeria.
Yes. So probably not. I think that big corporations, they know if big business is a big success by definition, but it's usually a big success in doing what they know how to do, and then they become better and better and better at it, but they're basically on one track. And so when it comes to not exploiting your existing business, but exploring something new, I noticed that the big corporations are hopeless at it, just completely hopeless at it. And so I do think that they need, and they know they need, because there's been a lot of large businesses hiring entrepreneurs to come and help them explore. Because you explore in a very different way than you run an existing business. And that's why you need completely different profiles, and you also need to give them a totally different type of freedom than you're used to, and you can't control them like you'd like. It's sort of like a freer spirited sort of team. And I think that's where the future is going. If big corporations, want to succeed in the future, they have to learn how to explore.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think, Pedro? Pedro just moved to Telefónica a few months ago. So in your case, how you see it? You come from being an entrepreneur during many years. So what do you think? Like, the corporations need entrepreneurs? They just like...
I think that every company needs an entrepreneur, but we all think an entrepreneur as someone that is starting a small project, putting at risk just the money or the time. But I think that an entrepreneur is someone that is able to put at risk something, not only money. Can put at risk their prestige, can put at risk their time, their position, or anything. I think that all the companies in the world need to have someone inside that that pushes forward the things, that put something at risk other than his position in order to achieve some project. When we see it from an isolated point of view, we think as a young people, as a young guy developing something, and we think he's an entrepreneur. But in all the big corporations, there are small and a lot of entrepreneurs that are people that from their departments or from their areas or from their part of knowledge decide to start a new project inside a company. It's harder to do it inside a company because you have to move an elephant, and, but you have the resources to move it. And it might be easier to move outside because you don't need to move any. You are moving an ant, but you don't have the resources to do that. So I think it's equilibrated. But in all the companies, small and big corporations, you need an entrepreneur.
And Pedro, you just moved from. You used to be the co-founder of Minube. You used to work in Microsoft. Now you're not anymore. You're not anymore in Microsoft. So, what's your experience in that case? Like, what's your opinion?
Yeah, I totally agree with both, and I totally agree about entrepreneurial spirit is more that an attitude than a way. It's more a way of living, and you can be, of course, an entrepreneur within a big corporate. And of course, I just left the company about 2 weeks ago. So but I left because the project I was involved, it was finally impossible to achieve because these big corporates, they sometimes change their strategy, and you have to change your role. You have to change the way you do things. And in my case, I decided to leave it that way. But I really think that, of course, you need entrepreneurial spirit in the corporates. I really believe that there's a lot of corporations right now that they are doing that with their own people. I had so many conversations with many different, CEOs or innovation directors at important corporates, and they always say that when they create these, innovation programs, or they're trying to create a corporate venture to work with the startups, they finally find out that they have much more entrepreneurs within their teams that they believe. And so I think, and answering your question, that what I really think that a huge corporate is not going to survive without making this happen, finding those internal entrepreneurs and make them to connect with the external ecosystem. Because, of course, you can innovate within a big corporate, but there's a lot of innovation happening around you, and it's going to be quite important to connect these both worlds. There's a huge gap right now, from my opinion, between corporates and startups, and at the same time, they both need each other, right? Yeah. So I think these champions, maybe internally or externally, they might be the ones that connect those worlds that need each other.
And what's your opinion, Marcus? You used to be also working at Telefonica a long time ago, and now you are an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur. Yeah. So how do you see it? How do you see this mixture of both worlds?
Well, I guess this is part of the life cycle of a person, not just a professional or a worker. When I was at Telefonica, I left 2007, a couple of years ago already. And before leaving, I was listening to a lot of people internally in the company speaking about how bad Telefonica was, how shitty the environment and the culture of the company was. And everyone was just complaining, moaning, and just seeming desperate for something completely different. Everyone was just complaining. It was at the moment in which there was the convergence. So let's take it this way. Fix taking over mobile people getting mad at something like this. And everyone was just complaining every single moment. And I remember perfectly well that the day I told a lot of people there I was leaving, the very same people they were complaining every single day about everything at Telefonica, they were saying, but how come you're going out of Telefonica?
Yeah.
There is a lot of, it is a colder environment outside. What the fuck? I mean, get lost. You've been complaining all day long for months and months. You continuously complain about this shitty culture at Telefonica. And when I say Telefonica, I guess it is exactly the same for Microsoft or for Vodafone or for, I don't know, any of the companies that are out there.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, this is one of the purposes they have with these kind of innovation programs. So at the end of the day, it is just that you just want to complain, and that's it. So it is, I mean, I would say it is part of a personal opinion. When you feel that you don't fit anymore in your organization, you either leave it, you either accept it, or you either change it. But stop fucking complaining. Leave the rest of the people trying to change it. That is my experience. And I left Telefonica. I went into working for other companies, Oliver Wyman, e-learning companies, even for Eurovision, nothing to do with the song contest, for 2 years and a half. And there is a great deal of the very same experience repeated in completely many different environments, even when they're international. You live this corporate, international, super big company. When you get into paying the bills on your own and not knowing if you're going to get your wage, your minimum income, monthly income, things change a lot. And I think this is really part of the experience a person and a professional should go through in their lives if you want to get a complete profile. Apart from that, of course, I consider this is kind of engineering thing, but I think there are two types of people. The ones that are starters, there is the transient regime workers or goers, and the permanent regime goers. So starters, I guess you and me, we are starters. We need to do something from time to time that is completely new. Mm-hmm. Every single 2 years, you need a change, or every 4 years. You change or you just die of boredom. And there are other people that they just cannot live with change. They prefer to take something, take it and make it beautiful for the rest of their lives, which is okay. We need both type of profiles in companies. But as a person, you need to identify, choose, and know which type of person you are.
So you both talk about, for example, freedom in the company to just innovate or change the things. You talk about like complaining, or how can you change like big projects. So what's the secret sauce, or what do you recommend, for example, to just make this big change in a corporation? Because what you're saying about Telefonica or about other corporations is like, oh my God, there's so many people just in this way of thinking like, yeah, I have a great job and I'm going to retire here. I don't want to do anything new. So I think that we are facing a huge challenge. How you can just not change the mind, but help them to change the way of living. Because it's like, if you're complaining every day in a job, so what's the purpose of your life, no? So
I would say,
and it's open for everyone. So
I don't care. If you want to change, you do it. If you don't want to change and you're happy with what you're doing, you just live with that. I mean,
but I guess like big corporations, for example, Valeria, what do you think? Like big corporations need to change this kind of culture inside. So how can you change it, or what do you recommend, or how you see it?
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. You know, when corporations get so successful that they get really large, they become very fat and complacent. I mean, that's just a reality. And I think that the type of people that they attract and retain are not entrepreneur types. They are more the iterators, the continuers, and I think it's really important to have a mix. And so when you have a business that has primarily people that want a job for life, that want to retire there, it can be almost mission impossible to change the culture, you know. And so they've studied this, and they said, you know, strategy, you can change it overnight, but culture is almost impossible to change. So businesses that have a culture that's complacent, I'm not saying Telefonica is complacent, I'm just saying businesses that are complacent are almost doomed for a very slow death. And that's the natural life cycle too, you know? I don't think that corporations are meant to live forever, like nothing's meant to live forever. So I think that that's also what gives opportunity for startups and new business. And so for example, in retail, fashion retail is a very creative field, but it's not a very techy field. And I think that the big wins are gonna go for people that are both creative and techy. And most retail businesses are creative but not techy. And so they're kind of missing out on all of the opportunities for growth. And retail as a whole is sort of, flat, low, and online digital is growing tremendously. But it's really hard to convince organizations that have been very successful to take chances. And they also want to apply a very bureaucratic methodology to it, which doesn't work. Even when I was in Adolfo Dominguez, to be honest, people we're always trying to control everything to a point where it just doesn't work that way. And so the big question was like, well, how much are you going to make? And in 6 months, what are you going to do? And what are you going to do a year? And what's your 3-year plan? And what's your 5-year plan? And when you're trying to explore, you really can't fulfill that. And so often you find that your big job is to get financing, to keep financing, keep everyone happy. And so in corporations, most of the time I think is wasted. Driving, seeking consensus and coordinating, and it's really hard to do actual work. And the good news of that for people that are entrepreneurs is that, there's so many things you can do that are really valuable, and big business is unlikely to catch on because by the time they've had 100 meetings on it, you're well on your way. So there are good things to it, I guess.
So do you think that maybe the change in the corporations can come from the CEO or the C-level saying, like, okay, you're saying that it's so difficult to change the entire culture, but maybe, do you think that maybe we need to change from the top to the bottom?
Yeah, it's totally top down. It's like coup d'etat. And so I personally have always gone in and out of corporations. I'm definitely an entrepreneur at heart, but often there's been really sexy opportunities corporate-wise where you've been able to do things that I can't do as an entrepreneur, like really almost tackle bigger problems, more challenging things. And so that has always appealed to me. But I've always known that it's only possible if you report directly to the CEO, directly to the president, and you don't report to the business units. It's like really important that the head of digital not report to marketing or operations or sales, because they squash you. And so you have to report all the way to the top, and they have to be really in it. I mean, if the president and or CEO are not 100% convinced of a digital project, for example, it's never going to happen. And money isn't really the driver. Like I've actually worked with corporations that have spent $8-10 million on failed digital transformation projects because it really fundamentally is not a money problem. It really is a culture problem and a change problem. And so it requires a couple of ingredients that always work, such as not buying digital usually when big corporations buy startups, they usually squash them. That's the reality, with exceptions. And if they innovate within, however, it's better, but they have to set these people separately and have them kind of run to their own rhythm. And very few corporations are comfortable with that. But if they're comfortable with that, that's the method. And that's what we used at AD. At Adolfo Dominguez, we had a separate space. Nobody even ever came because we were like in a completely separate space. And that's why it worked. And when they actually integrated us, because they felt like the project was more mature, we started, first we stopped growing as much. And then we started flatlining. And before I left, we even lost a bit. So it's just like, doesn't work.
Wow. So in your case, Pedro, you just came to Telefónica, you're launching new projects, new products. So how is the experience?
I think there is a small trick here. You did the opposite path that I followed.
Yeah.
You were at Telefónica and you left Telefónica and you started, you took a lot of knowledge and a lot of good and bad practices and what they need and how things can do it. And with this knowledge, you are free to develop your own project, and that's you start with a small advantage taken from the corporation to start your project with the liberty of and there's a trick because you have an advantage, and I have also a trick because in the opposite way you have another advantage. As you say, I think that there is no way to to launch a new product inside a big corporation, if it is not the CEO, no other person, if it's not the CEO or the president who really wants to do this, because you will fight a lot of different cultures and different positions. So that's the trick inside here, is that when you cannot do it in a corporation if you don't. It's sad, but it's the real thing. When you come from a successful project outside the corporation, you have the credibility, and you get the authority from the top management of the company to do what you want. So maybe 90% of people don't believe in what you are doing, but they know that you have the authority and the last 1 year of credibility to do that. So when you maybe from a selected point of view, you start a project, you will have some problems. You start, you work in a corporation, you have another problems. But when you are working in both sides, when you have working in both sides, you get free from a corporation. Get free not in the bad sense of the word, but you get the ability to start up with the knowledge of a corporation. You have advantages, and when you have succeeded in a startup project and you get into a corporation, you get the two main tools that you need: is the credibility and the authority to do the things. That this is a long-term, a short-term credit, because it lasts 1 year. So then now I'm happy in Telefonica because I come to Telefonica with the backup of the top level management of the company. I feel that almost every single person at Telefonica wants to do something, and even if they feel that they are going to fail, they want. Last in 2018, they want to try these things, and you have the authority to do that. That's what we are. When I was in my previous project from scratch with full liberty, we spent 7 months in launching a small project. In Telefonica, this is the big elephant that is supposedly not able to get moved. We have launched a much bigger project, that is O2, in 4 months. So people, when they want to do it, they can do it. So the problem is the trick. You don't have the one way or another way. If you stay from another way, it's much more difficult for you. And maybe the most brilliant people are inside the companies, but they will not have the credibility from the top management to launch the project. It's sad, but this is the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with both. You know, like in my case, I really embrace people and projects. I mean, I think that the most important thing here is to know who you are and who you want to do, whatever you are. If you are in a corporate or if you are in a startup. So if you are in a corporate and you are surrounded by people who you believe in, it's quite easy to do things with them. And at the same time, the projects you have to achieve are related to those people, right? So if you can just mix both things, to talk about the secret sauce. In my case, I think it's about people and projects. And what I mean is that it's the same thing in startups. You can be in an amazing project, but maybe you don't connect with with your own team, or if you have an employee, or you are an employee, maybe you don't connect with the CEO or the C-level. So I think it's quite important in order to succeed, to get connected with the people you want to be and with the projects you want to be part of. And it's the same when you are running, you are a C-level person in a corporate and you want to create these connections with entrepreneurs. It's also the same. You need to put the people that can get that connections for real, not on a corporate, PR thing, but for real. You have to connect them with these people who can do this kind of conversations on a natural language, right? So, what I really believe is that you can have great experiences at a corporate. You can have amazing experiences also in a startup. And you can have them both wherever you are. But I totally agree, absolutely, with Marcos. And if you don't like what you do, you just quit, right? And you have to choose whatever you want to be. But I think, in my personal case, I've been always on the entrepreneurial side until these last 2 years. And I don't have, of course, a bad opinion on corporates. I really learned a lot. I really think that a big corporate, and in this case, an international company, is a great place to learn many things, even those things that you don't want to learn, like political skills and compliance stuff and whatever that slow a company, right? And that make it slow. But at the same time, now I am outside the company and I think, okay, those things that I really was, maybe not complaining because I wasn't, but those things that I really don't like about a company, about a corporate, are things that I needed to learn. I needed to understand that happens because now I don't know what I'm going to do with my life, and that's something that my mother is not comfortable with. But I don't know if I may build something again or I work on a startup. Now I know things that I didn't understand before. When I was an entrepreneur and I was trying to connect with corporate people, I sometimes didn't understand why things didn't happen. I couldn't know I couldn't be on the shoes of that guy when I was talking to him. Now I understand that maybe this guy wants to help. He really likes what he's doing. He's really trying to, but he's fighting with this blocker that is maybe in the corporate side. So I think that when you are mixing, and it's something that is happening right now. We are here for people. We are really in both worlds. Now in Telefónica, for instance, you have Mike Arias running Wayran. He's coming from Carto, from a startup. Sergio from Carto 2 is now in Inditex working on Zara.com. So it's people from those worlds mixing right now. And I think that's very good for the ecosystem. And I think that what it takes for coming years is that when entrepreneurs will try to talk to startups, they will find people who understand them and the other side around, right? So my conclusion is that I really think that you can be happy wherever you want to be in both worlds if you understand exactly what you are doing and if you really like the things you have to do on that position. But if you are being, if you try to do impossible things that never happen, and I'm an entrepreneur, so I believe in impossible things, right? But at the same time, you have to be, acknowledged about exactly where you are.
Yeah. But one thing, don't take me wrong. For instance, the skills on hard or soft skills, right? On compliance, policy, politics in an organization, that is extremely relevant for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, as such, as a profile, tend to be extremely naive.
Yeah.
We think, or it is not my case because I went through that beforehand, right?
That's the trick.
That's the point.
That's the point, exactly.
But entrepreneurs do think that because they think of it and they work on it and they have a great product, they're going to sell it to the big corporations. And then frustration comes.
Yeah.
And then it is the moment in which you get smashed by this. I guess no one from these big companies are here, but
we are here.
The Endesas of the world, the Ferrovials of the world, the Telefónicas of the world, or whatever, or the Banco Santanders of the world, they want to one what? Un minuto. So they want to work with startups, and they cannot do it with their current policies and all that. So that is precisely extremely important for entrepreneurs to know. And the other way around, I would go back to Telefónica, work for Telefónica in the future, but maybe working for him, maybe working for mine.
I don't think so.
Of course.
So maybe what we see now
is... It depends on the people, it depends on the project, it depends... There is no such thing as Telefónica.
Yeah.
There are many Telefónicas,
That's
and
what
that is the whole point. It really depends on where you're working, what you're doing, what is your scope, what you're going to be able to do if you're given the resources or not. I mean, that's the whole point.
So I think maybe the key point of all of that, just to do like a quick summary, is just like having corporates in startups, having entrepreneurs in the corporations, and maybe I think we can have profiles who understand both worlds, who can sell to a startup, who can sell to a corporation, who can work in a startup, who can work in a corporation. And that's maybe the perfect profile for the future, because I know that I just moved to Telefonica also, and it's like, oh my God, so many processes.
The perfect profile.
The name is process. You know?
You are at Guaira. That's
Guaira is
part of Telefonica.
Guaira is a different word. So just if you want to summarize something, just a quick phrase, each of you, to make an advice for anyone who want to move either to the startup world, to the corporate world, or to the mixture, just to summarize and say bye to the audience.
So you mean advice or
yeah,
conclusion?
just an advice for someone who wants to work either in startups, corporates, or vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I think both are fun and they give you different things. And I like what Pedro was saying. Like in corporations, you learn to be patient, you learn tact and diplomacy. And as an entrepreneur, you have to hustle and you have to have a clear vision and you need to be agile. So I can't imagine one not benefiting from both those things. And as a result, going in and out of corporations, I think really rounds out your professional profile, makes you very versatile. I think it's like a good thing. And I think we're loving to hate corporations. It's easy to hate corporations, but they have tremendous means that allow for very ambitious projects that would be very hard to do on your own. And some of my best life experiences have been working for others, even though I'm more of an entrepreneur at heart. Clearly, there is a place in corporations for entrepreneurs.
Great. Marcos?
Whatever you do, have fun.
Pedro?
Good one.
This is like pregnant. Let's say that when you are an entrepreneur, you are enjoying the nine months of the process. At the end, the baby you have, you need another baby. You don't like that baby, and you are hungry for another baby. When you are in a corporation, you are suffering during the 9 months, but when you have the baby, you are much more happy with the baby because of the suffering on the path.
Great.
Yeah, I totally agree with both of them, with all of them. That maybe I would say that it's quite important to empathize with the other one, wherever you are. I think it's as I mentioned before, it's all about people. And I don't know, in my case, when I left the company, this Microsoft a few weeks ago, there's a lot of people inside the company, friends, that say, you are crazy, man. What are you going to do? Are you giving back the Audi and the benefits and the salary and the what else? And I said, of course, I will, because I'm really not, having fun, as he mentioned before. So what I mean with that is that just understand each other. If I do that, it's because I think on one way, and I'm pretty sure that I have to empathize with those other guys that are happy where they are because they are happy. So if they are happy, we have to empathize with them. So yeah.
So thanks everyone for coming. Thanks for each of you who shared your advices. And just if you work in a startup or in a corporation, you have those advices from great entrepreneurs. So have fun, enjoy South Summit, and of course visit Guaira, Telefonica, the new project of Pedro, the new project of Valeria, the new project of Marcos, and keep creating, keep innovating, keep studying new things. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Es que no veía.
Yeah. Thank you, Mateo, and the panelists for such an interesting discussions. I just want to say that I'm sad to say that the journey in this stage is over for today, but we'll see you here tomorrow. Keep networking. Our panelists will be here, and thank you for being at the next Big Thing stage. Goodbye.